Alrighty, well, we are going to go ahead and start the South Georgia live stream. This is Hurricane Helene, and she has made landfall as a Category 4 hurricane. And so I'm going to go ahead and transition into a new screen here. And well, there we go. See, computer troubles already. Isn't that awesome? So, I guess I'll start over. Welcome to the live stream where everything can go wrong. So there was 5 minutes of silence as I was clicking through. So let's start over and let's go to the opening screen, which is Hurricane Helene. And these are my approximate GPS coordinates, or latitude and longitude. And that is about where the coffee shop is on Main Street in Moultrie, Georgia. And this is the late night live stream. And I was saying that there's really not a lot going on right now. Well, I say that, and you could probably hear the wind. I was saying that the highest gust that we had was 28.9, but we just had a 33 mile per hour gust here at my house with my cheap weather station. I had to point that out. The average wind is about 15, and we're having gusts from 25 to 30 now. So things are getting a little more interesting in Colquitt County. And I went to the next screen, which was this one right here. And we will fade over and you'll get to see me on video. Hi, and I was saying no audio before. I guess the USB on the microphone that my friend, I'm pretty sure that Kilo Oscar 4 November Lava Lava gave me this microphone, but the USB cord, it's a printer sized, what is that, a USB B maybe? Anyways, the big one. Slips out, and that's what happened. My weather station fell over and knocked the cord right out of it. So I'm in a chat with some of our POTA friends right now, our Parks on the Air friends. So if you're in the stream and you don't know what ham radio is or amateur radio, Parks on the Air, anything like that, there may be some jargon. If that happens, let me know. The other thing is that I don't have the YouTube chat up yet. So that was another thing. I probably didn't see a dang thing that was said earlier. Alright, so yay, you can hear me now. Alrighty, hey Fred, KW4FM. Fred's up there in Virginia. You're pretty much safe from all this mess today. And Josh K4LI, I think you're in North Carolina. Last I remember from our last QSO, which was yesterday morning. No, that was that today? What day is it? That was today. See, I'm all confused because I took an afternoon nap and I still don't know what day it is. So yeah, glad you guys are in the live stream. Good to have you here. This is our hurricane party. I have a canister of Kool-Aid. And I have some Mountain Dews, but I got to ration those out. You know, it's funny. I saw a meme the other day. It said, you guys live off of 3 cans of soda a day, and all of a sudden you're buying water like you're a fish. Well, there you go. Kool-Aid and Mountain Dew. I'm down to 6, and maybe my Diet Mountain Dews haven't sold out at Walmart, and go back if they have power one day this week. Now, the next thing. We'll go to, we will take it off of this for just a minute. I was talking about the power outages, and I was describing on this map, I think you can see my arrow. This is several counties. Hey, good that you've only got an inch of rain so far up there. Night before, last night, it started raining about 6:30 p.m. Eastern. Between that and midnight, we had 2 3/4 of an inch of rain. And then, yeah, it was today. Okay. I haven't uploaded that log yet, by the way. I'll probably wait until there's no internet and then wait for an email. Wait 30 days. Since the storm has begun, we've received, I'd have to hit the button. I think I've gotten a half an inch of rain so far, but again, sideways rain, I don't think that my cheap weather station is going to accurately report sideways rain. That cup can't collect it sideways. I need to turn it sideways. I need an auto rotate feature. And I've been thirsty as a mug all day too. All right, so power outages. Let's see, it's been 40 minutes ago. There were only 3,700. Oh, wow. We're about to surpass that in about a 27-hour period. I'm at 4.4 inches since last night. And I don't have the storm totals up because the way that my weather station works, and I do have it sitting here monitoring my conditions. And, you know, I didn't put this in a very good spot to actually show it on camera. So I'm going to knock everything over. Give me just a minute. This thing is tied in a knot back here. There we go. Not undone. This is my weather station right now. So you can kind of see where we're at. Let me angle that so the screen's not reflecting on it. We got 23.7 gusts. That's probably about to change. Wind coming from the east, northeast. And the rain is growing ever so slightly, but it's 77 degrees outside. It's 88 where I'm sitting right now because it is freaking hot by the front door. All right, so I'll put that back down for now. And we'll talk about this power outage. So I hit refresh on this earlier in the stream when there was no audio, and it jumped to 12,000 customers that are without power. So I'm going to hit refresh again while I still have internet. And you can see this number is growing by the minute in our areas. Now, I was describing the counties. I think this is Brooks County right here. This is Brooks and Lowndes County for Colquitt EMC. WD4DAN lives somewhere in this area. And I've got him on the chat. He's giving me... That's going to be a good one right there. The relative pressure right now is at 980. It says HPA. I'm assuming that that is the same as millibars. So getting back to the counties, we've got Colquitt County. There is Worth County that should... I don't know. Actually, Worth County, you guys might be on a different power company. This may be the tippy top of Colquitt County right here. Worth County probably is like right in here somewhere. I do not know all 153,000 Georgia counties. I think it's the state with the most counties. It's ridiculous. This is Tift County, and this county is one, I really don't know what county that is, but Colquitt EMC covers this particular area right here. So power outages are being reported in massive amounts, but we're going to zoom in. Let me figure out which way zoom. That's not zoom. So this is the area that I live in right here. And I was also saying, if anybody's in this live stream that is not a ham radio or amateur radio operator, then some of the jargon that we may talk about in the chat or that I might comment on may need some explanation. If we say the word POTA, that's something that we participate in. It's called Parks on the Air. It's part of ham radio. And that's what I was talking with Josh, Kilo 4 Lima India, K4LI, just a minute ago. But this sunset area is about where I am. That red right there is a big one. This was updated 2 hours ago. It says only 113. My particular substation in town is usually the last one to go out and the first one to come on because it's one of the main substations, I think, for this whole area, and it's literally right there. So when it makes its buzz noise and it finally goes out, I am recording this to my... Who POTA in the bathroom? Me. You know that was me. And let's see. What else do we have here? Again, not a lot going on right now, but there is quite a bit. So if we go back to the look of this storm, right now it's, I think this refreshes by itself. So this was about 5-6 minutes ago. And my house is right here. My friend lives about right here. That is Kilo Oscar 4, November Lava Lava, KO4NLL Eddie. He lives right in here somewhere. And Dan lives somewhere right in this area. And so, you know, I'm not a real good judge on the way this thing is going, but I've heard that it has made a bump back to the, what did Eddie say, to the west? That would be bad if it goes west. Eddie is saying, watch out for flying pine needles. Let's see. What did he say? Yeah, he said a shift left. That's a good question, Dan, Fred. Let me text him and see. Let's see, John. It's funny. I could put his call sign in my phone. How are you all faring in South Florida? All right, let's see. John has notifications silenced. It might be past his bedtime. I would assume at this point, since most of the storm is now well northeast of them. Hey, a cranky vet is in Norman Park. What's up, cranky vet? No reply yet. Alrighty, so no reply from them. Well, he's got notifications silenced right now, so we may not hear from him. But what I was going to say was if the internet and power, because if the power goes out, the internet's going with it. I'm on fiber out here, so there's not a big of a chance of the fiber going out. But if the power goes out, they both go. There is battery backup on it, but the only thing the generator is connected to is my computer. All right, so Cranky Vet said, waiting on storm to pass, prepared as we can. And his grandparents, assuming gender here, grandparents in Berrien County, or in Berrien, already lost power. Yeah, and just sitting where I am, it says it's 90 degrees right here. I think that's off by a little bit. That's my inside temperature, says it's 89. It's probably closer to 80, I would assume. But, I know why it says 89, because it's sitting next to my dang computer, and it is blowing out some hot air. Yeah, I filled the tub. I thought my wife said, hey, did you think about flushing toilets? If the city loses power and can't pump water to the water tower, there's only so much time you have on city water. So if everybody's flushing toilets at the same time, that thing's going to go empty pretty quick. So she said earlier today, she said, have you filled the tub? And I said, well, dang, I filled the camper. But I didn't even think about the toilets in the house. So I did fill the tub up, but then I got to thinking about it. I said, this is a garden variety tub. It's pretty daggum deep. I think I estimated by picturing putting 5-gallon buckets in the tub that it holds at least 70 gallons of water. I think it took right at 15 minutes with a high discharge of cold water to fill up. And I don't need to buy water. Even though I did put water in the camper. Hey, Morgan. Hey, Morgie. Yeah, if mine has that little drain hole, I don't know. I think that it would drain about as fast as it would fill, maybe. But I thought, who needs to go buy water when you have a bathtub and a life straw? And because Ashley was gifted a life straw many years ago by her bestie Katie, who's married to my bestie Eddie, and that life straw, I know exactly where it is. But I have a Sawyer water system that I take camping with me. See, and neither does ours, Dan. Dan said my tub drain stopper seal thing doesn't stopper seal very well. I took saran wrap and put saran wrap down in the drain hole and then stuff the drain stopper seal thing down in there. Hey, there you go. 13,500 gallons. Yeah, you're good for life. So Dan, you might want to go try that trick out. Put you some saran wrap in the drain hole and then put your stopper down on top of it. And that should do it. And if that doesn't work, take saran wrap and you can duct tape the saran wrap down over the drain hole. I did that a few hurricanes ago during Hurricane Michael, which wasn't that bad here, except that all of the dirt roads got washed out and a lot of people were without power. So let's see. I've got tropical tidbits up here, and it says that this page refreshes every 15 minutes. So I think this is as of 0 UTC. That was a long time ago. Okay, so this must be, yeah, this is old hat right here. I think when Hurricane Helene hit land, it was at 937 millibars, which I think that's lower than was it Irene, I think, that came through. And this map is our current watches and warnings. So you can see that wind warning right here, that it's moving its way up, and here we are right here in the dark red, which I'm colorblind, so I always wanted to be a meteorologist, and now you'll know why I'm not a meteorologist. I believe that is the flash flood warning color. So let's have some fun. This is the current radar. So we see that the eye has looks like it has fully made it across land. Now this thing is scooting now. 25, I think it was at 25 miles per hour last I saw. I had to shut that computer down, and I don't remember what it was. But the wind is averaging a little bit higher right now. We're at 17. We had a gust a few minutes ago at 34 miles per hour. That's still only gale force winds. Barely qualifies as tropical force winds at this point. So we hope that everybody is prepared at this point. I know when I was sitting at Lowe's yesterday, I only needed a few things at Lowe's. So I just ordered them online, and I pulled through the parking lot and had them bring it out to me. I didn't even want to go in there because I imagined it was, I just could imagine how crazy the panic would be. I saw in the 15 minutes that I had to wait, I saw three generators walk out with a human pushing it. You know, they didn't actually have legs and walk out. But I got a report from the folks that would know. They said, I think our local Lowe's sold over 1,000 generators. That's a lot of generators. And if a generator averages $1,000, that is $1 million in revenue. That is crazy. I have a generator. I got mine from Harbor Freight. I've had it for years. Oh, something just went boom. Something just went boom, and I can't even see outside because, dadgummit, it's dark. So let's transition back to the power outage and see. Of course, power outages are only reported, so I don't know how well they monitor their own stations. But, oh, look at there. We're up to 25,000 just in this area. Am I next? So if the stream does go down, have no fear. I'm on a laptop. It has a good 15 minutes of battery. And I mean that, literally, a good 15 minutes. Be lucky to get 20. But in that time, I will do two things. The first thing, I will hook the computer to my wireless data until that runs out. And I mean, when I say run out, it's unlimited, but if the cell towers survive. That's another thing. You know, if we're going to see Category 2 weather here in South Georgia, when was the last time that happened? Somebody fact check that. Yeah, walking generators. I mean, they might as well have grown legs. I had I had to tie down the camper, and I probably didn't do it the best, but I did it the cheap way. Might pay for it later. I used ratchet straps and some of those garden variety 3-foot, where's the camera? 3-foot ground auger tie down thingies with a loop on it. and I took and put the loop in the ground as deep as I could put it. Like the loop is legit even with the grass. So then I hooked the ratchet strap through it and hooked 3 of them to the, because I had to go get ratchet straps. I didn't have any ratchet straps. I had to go buy more ratchet straps. Let me say it one more time. Anyways, I hooked the ratchet straps around the bottom of the frame of the 26-foot camper out there. And I have 2 on the east side because I figured the east side is going to get the worst. And 1 on the west side. Nope. Other way around. Other way around. I figured that the west side would get it worse. Now, seeing the way the winds are coming from, they're coming from the northeast and the east, I was wrong. So, at any rate, I may go, I even hooked my boat to the winch on my Jeep to keep it from running into the neighbor's fence, but if the trailer tips, it's taking out the neighbor's fence anyways. So, all may not be lost. Maybe 1 ratchet strap is enough that if the trailer does try to tip, it'll hold it down. It is what it is. Let's see. Somebody just said thanks to me. Oh, you're welcome, buddy. I'm glad you had the redneck tool of choice, duct tape. Dang. That's the good stuff right there. All right, y'all. So I just got a text from Dan, and he said thank you. But what he has done is he duct taped some saran wrap over the hole with the plug in it, and he should have water for at least a few days. Get it while you can, buddy. That's awesome. That's what happens when you're a nerd. You think of all kinds of ways to do things. Storm surge, man, that's one thing I'm glad that I don't have to deal with. You know what's interesting is the storm chasers, you know, like one of them that I watch on Facebook is Mike's weather page. And, you know, he gets a lot of hate from people, but yeah, probably water for a week. It's also good for flushing toilets, though. And that's why I thought, going back to that story, it's the end. It's late. My ADHD medicine has wore off, so keeping thoughts together is tough. I remember talking about my wife telling me to fill the tub. I thought that she was going to tell me to fill the tub to keep our house from being blown away. I live in a house with a concrete foundation. So that thought should have never crossed my mind. She said, how are we going to flush toilets if the city runs out of water? And I went, didn't think of that. I was only thinking about drinking water, not about what we're going to leave in the water. So, and those that know me know I have a problem with that. So 275 active events. Another thing from most of the weather guys, nope, back that up. Most of the linesmen and women aren't going to go out if the winds are above 35 miles per hour. And we were told to prepare for power outages for up to 5 days just in our area. Believe that they called in linemen, and I'm just using that term loosely, from Texas, I think, is where ours are coming from. So they'll probably be lining the streets. And, you know, you go down some of these back roads, and they're just those old wooden phone poles. So if a tree falls across a power line, phone poles going with it. Don't think that, you know, like Florida, I think, has gone through... Pause, listening to the wind. I think that a lot of their power systems, the distribution systems, have gone through a major upgrade over the last 10 years. There's still lots of upgrades being done. I know I've passed some places with the huge coils of the steel-lined power line cable, and they're still doing work down there to make it more hurricane-proof. But I don't think in our area we're ready for that. Not at all. I know where Eddie lives in Doran. There's one spot where the phone pole looks like a beaver ate half of it. on one of the corners of the street. Maybe I should go look at that tomorrow. Oh, yeah. Let's see if there's anything going on our emergency repeater. So while we do that, here is the wonderful view of the storm cam. And the only thing that you can see, this shows you how bright I can be sometimes. The only thing that you can see is that there are lights on in the neighborhood. That is it. We have lights on in the neighborhood. I forgot that I brought my radio out. And I'm not picking anything up from anywhere. So that's awesome. Yeah, receive on the Bay of Fang's not that great. But you can see that there, top right hand, you can see that there's one little rain bubble stuck to the window that is wobbling around, and that's just from the wind gusts. The average is going up. We're at 18.8 average gusts up to 26.6 right there. And high average of 23.7. Ooh. You know what? This might be good to look at. Yep. You saw the flash, and I heard the boom. I'm pretty sure. Let's mark the time. It's about 32 minutes in. There was a flash right about left of center. Yep. Well, Morgan, we just watched it live. I'm glad that I switched to the outside camera. On the replay later, you'll see just before Miss Powell said that she lost power, there was a flash near that first left group of lights right there. So it's moving on down the line. So we'll take a break for just a second. If anybody cares to buy me a coffee, or if you want to become a member of this channel, you can click Become a Member, which is down there, or you go to youtube.com/@w1rcp/join. Oh, Dan just lost power as well. Hey, let's go look at the updated power. Let's see. Let's hang on. Got to figure out where that is. All right, so we got to get to that screen. Here we go. And let's hit the refresh button and see what we got here. Hadn't been updated yet. We're up to 301 active events and 28,000 customers. I assume that there's probably close to 100 to 150, maybe 200,000 people in this area. That is my best guesstimate based on Colquitt County. I think as of the last census was close to 50,000. Valdosta is probably a little bit bigger than that. So we'll see. Now, if you go buy some coffee, I will not know. I will not know if that happens. I don't have that technology set up yet. We got 9+ in my area right here, so let's zoom back in and see. It looks like there's a couple more of these bubbles. It won't let me zoom in any further, so I guess that's as far as I can zoom in. Yo, Eddie, it depends on what you're doing, buddy. Good evening, Eddie. We have been talking all about you. It's me and the hamster that's around the corner over here. You just missed it, man. We just caught... This is the view from outside. It's dark because we got a hurricane coming through at midnight. So the wind is getting it now. It sounds good out there. Growing up in Florida, this is what I live for. I hate and I hate it. I hate it for the destruction that storms cause. But I saw somebody posted on Twitter. You know, they were really excited about the oncoming weather, and they were chastised by quite a few people. But you know, even it's like the storm chaser mentality that's in me. I used to enjoy sitting in the garage, sitting on a 5-gallon bucket with my dad, just looking at the weather as thunderstorms would pass through at the beaches of Jacksonville. And that never left me. You know, I used to be scared of lightning and thunder, and then all of a sudden here I am, and I'm sitting at the door going, "Wow, you know, there's literally a glass door, the storm door." It's funny they call it a storm door, but the only thing that's keeping out is rain. If a pitchfork from one of the farmers flies through that window, I'm a goner. So Eddie, KO4 NLL Smoking POTA, is just north of me, about 20 minutes a drive. He's been watching the tide roll in. So there is some traffic on my HT. But it doesn't sound like anything that's worth listening to right now, sadly. So we're looking at the power outages in Moultrie right here, and we'll fade back into that for just a minute. And let's hit the refresh on that bad boy. Okay, we just went up another, and we're back. All right, so you have power again, Miss Powell? Is that what you're saying? The numbers of customers going without power is growing. It just grew another 4,000. Okay, good deal. Good deal. I don't know much about power lines and the power distribution, how they could go out and then come back on, but cool. Glad it's back on for you. And now let's go to this screen. Let's take a look-see back at the weather. So the current location of the eye, I mean, it looks like it's going. It looks like it's turning more of a northward direction as far as looking at the location of Perry, but it could be the the eye of this thing changing just a little bit. Well, I will say that I just found a way. Thank you, Josh, for buying 10 cups of coffee. I appreciate that, Josh. Thank you so much. Josh said to stay safe during the storm. Appreciate that 10 cups of coffee. It will hopefully go towards ham radio gear that I can live stream and stream on the internet and play POTA with. You know, I do quite a bit for ham radio, going on the ham radio tirade for just a minute. And some of the stuff that I do for ham radio is I do web hosting. And so I do some web hosting for some folks in the gratis. Man, that wind is getting it now. For gratis, I do it just because I like to do it. And one of those guys is the Ham Radio Adventure guy. We all know him. So I host his website. I host my own. And I host a couple other people's. Or other folks. And then I host a company on a different server. I've got to ask that company for payment yet. I also host GeorgiaParks.org for the Georgia Parks on the Air contest that we host in April. I host WD4KOW.org, which is our local club, which I have not updated yet. I haven't had the time to sit down and do it, but tomorrow it might be all I have to do. So I've got to update the fall sprint. We just had a gust of 38.5. We have now hit gusts of tropical storm. Hey, Joe, VE3GKT, good evening and welcome. What are y'all doing up so late? Y'all got no reason to be up this late. But hey, thanks for joining me. We're just watching the weather. And we're watching the power outages. And let's see, what else do I have up here? Yeah, we're starting to, the average wind is starting to boost just a smidge. We've seen as high as 27 here at my location. So I guess Tropical Tidbits isn't going to give me much more information about the storm. So that's kind of a, that stinks. But let's take a look and see. Still no change on the warnings as far as it goes here. So maybe in the next few minutes, we'll see an update. Ooh, a meetup weekend. Well, you know, radio might be all that we have. If the sun comes out this weekend, I've got a 50 amp. Is that right? No, 50 watt. 50 amps would be, that'd be 600 watts. A 50 watt solar panel. So even if I do kill my batteries doing any emergency stuff here, or charging my phone, I'm legit, like, this is my first POTA battery. You can see on it. I want to say that this is one of my first outings that I used with an actual lightweight battery was at kilo. It's not even kilos anymore. It's US 3728. I had the grid on there, but this was Providence Canyon, and I had the county because Fred, KW4FM. No, you're not the one. I think it's... I can't even remember who it is now. There's a county hunter guy. Is that you, Fred? I don't think that's you. Somebody hunted counties a bunch when they would contact me. I don't think it was Fred. I can't remember the guy's call sign, but he always wanted counties, so I started putting counties on there. But N3PEM is one of my channel members. And at the Huntsville Hamfest, was it no, Orlando. Gosh, was this we have Step Van Dan. Now we have two Dans here. Hello from Minnesota. Good evening, Step Van Dan. I'm Robbie, and we're in South Georgia. And so things are just starting to get heated up here. We're kind of following the power outages around. The rain has not really increased that much. Again, my weather station is not the best. And so the other thing is it doesn't measure sideways rain very well. But N3PEM, Pat gave me this converter from the LiFePo 4 battery to it's got a pass-through, so I can have two devices connected to one. Hey, Michael, Kilo Echo 4 Eastern Standard Time. And I'm charging my phone from that. It has a USB-A. I think it puts out a pretty good amount of power. So that's what I'm using to keep my phone alive. And that phone, yeah, it's very sideways. It's also very much, pretty much coming directly from the north right now. And it is cleaning my window, which is great. My window needs cleaning. So we can go look at the storm cam, which is totally boring. But when I switched to it earlier, we were able to capture a flash from probably a circuit breaker that maybe automatically resets, but just above the middle lights there, not to the top right-hand corner where the rain bubbles are, but right there almost to the left of dead center. We saw a flash just above that behind the trees earlier. Well, Joe, right now I am on fiber. And fiber works great until the power goes out. Once the power goes out, fiber won't work anymore. I do not have, there's battery backup on my phone line here. I have not checked it, but I assume that as long as I have battery backup, I could probably run an extension cord to my router and still have the internet. But since I didn't test that out, I will probably go to cell phone data after this. I don't expect to keep power. Yep, there was a gust of 35 right there. Again, my weather station only gives an update every 6 seconds. Yep. Fred used to live in Florida. I think that's what he's saying. Dan, Step Van Dan, if I can ask, general area, not trying to dox them or anything, but what part of Florida are your two sisters in? Well, if I do that, Joe, if I do have a UPS in there, and actually, honestly, I don't even know what the UPS is there for. I think it keeps my APRS computer running, which is a Raspberry Pi. But the radio is not on the UPS, so it wouldn't matter anyways. Yep. So nothing to really see outside right now. It's just dark. You know, we were kind of hoping that the storm was going to be during the day, but it slowed down, I guess, for a second. Or that okay, Manatee Bay and Newport Richey, Manatee Bay. Okay, I got you. So that is, I'm assuming, because I don't know Florida that well. Fred probably knows more. That is probably West Florida. So I'm looking that up. I don't know my Florida geography very well. No. That is... Let me zoom out. Oh, yep. That's definitely West Florida for Manatee Bay. They should be in the clear about now, except for storm surge. I imagine is still probably a problem down there. And let's see, Newport Richey. I think that's spelled E-Y, city in Florida. Let me see where that is. That is learning some new Florida cities today. Pretty much the same area. Okay. Cool. Got it. Just north of Tampa, where all the flooding was happening earlier. So... yeah, Fred said there's not much traffic on 7.268 megahertz for the hurricane net. They would have to have an antenna in the air, which that's one thing. I don't even know if my antenna is surviving. I do have a tower. It's okay. Google fixed it. Oh, a county hunter. Okay, I had somebody that would spot me in the counties that I would operate from. And I used to do a lot of research to find out what counties, but man, when you hit 20 parks in a day like Eddie and I did, we didn't know where we were in Florida that day. 32,000, oh my gosh. So the power outages just went up 11,000 in our area. Now I explained earlier, if you're just joining, there's about 6 counties in this area. The one that I live in is Colquitt County. It makes a square somewhere right in here. And then there's another county. Actually, this is probably... Let me stare at this map a second. I think Colquitt County is right here. I wish they had a county overlaid. They cover quite a few counties in our power company. Okay, a county hunter. I gotcha. Okay, so this is somewhere Brooks County, Berrien County. I think this is Berrien County, but it may be down here. I don't know my counties. I said earlier, I don't know a lot of my counties. This is Tift County, and there's another county, but I'm going to go look up my Georgia county so I can not sound like a dum-dum. So let's look up Georgia county map. Here we go. All right, so the county that I live in is right here, Worth County. So that this is where Eddie is, up here in Worth County. There's Tift, Cook County. Brooks County is down here in Lowndes County. So now you can kind of see Brooks County, Lowndes County, and add. So Lowndes, then you have Berrien, Cook, Tift, and there may be part of Worth County in this too. So there are 6 counties at least in this area for the Georgia counties. So we're in this area right here. So this is probably, let me look at the shape of this. It squares off just a smidgen right there. So you've got Tifton right here. The cutoff is probably Irwin County, which I assume is this right here. So this is probably Irwin County over here. Yep, so if you're a county hunter, Georgia is a problem. Georgia has a lot of counties. So we have Colquitt, Brooks, Lowndes, Cook, Berrien, Tift, and part of Worth County that are in that service area for Colquitt EMC. So that's what you're seeing right there. And we're up to 43,000, almost 44,000 reported outages in just that area. Now, my estimate earlier was there was probably about 200,000 people. Okay, so Eddie is part of Worth County, and he said he's some of the last customers in that area. So he is absolutely probably somewhere right in this area. All right, so, yep, that's my drive. There's a POTA entity that's like right in here somewhere. But you can't, this map, I've tried to zoom in. Oh, okay, there we go. Yep, so you're right. Right up there about Bridgeboro Road right there is where... So the rain has picked up a little bit out there, and so has my computer. Some of that racket you're hearing is my computer is running real hot right now. So I was able to zoom in, but the problem is I can't zoom... I can't scroll because I don't have a... Oh, yes, you can. You click and drag. There we go. I had to remember my functions. And they're all different across programs. So this is my area right here. And it looks like the power outages are becoming more numerous here. Oh, man. You know what I could have done was put my multimeter to look at the voltage fluctuations. I could have put my, what would have been even cooler is to have the oscilloscope and look at the noise from all the lines getting batted around. All right, so yep, you can see some of the areas here reporting power outages. This has got to be trees falling. I'm assuming that the majority of these are trees being knocked over because we already had a nice soaking of rain yesterday. We got 3 inches of rain in our area just overnight, and actually it was reported in the Tifton area got closer to 5 inches of rain, and so I imagine their trees are very soaked. And oak trees don't like moist ground at all. So this is where I am. We're watching this number grow as time goes on. All right. right, so there's really not a lot of other things to show here. Dishwasher. Okay, good night, Joe. Thank you for dropping by for just a little bit. Glad your dishwasher's loaded and running. It'll be hand wash only here if we lose power. Power and water. Of course, I'm on city water, so the tower would have to run out of water first. I imagine, like I said, this is a cheap weather station. I've had it for years. I got what I got. You know, it was $120 or something like that, just to monitor everyday stuff. It was never really created to measure anomalies of weather at all. So I imagine that we have gotten a lot more rain than this thing says. So the relative pressure has dropped to 974, looks like 974 millibars relative pressure. And let's go back. Where did our weather map go? That's what I want to find out next. Alrighty, so here is the current location of Helene. Actually, it looks like it's going a little more east. It looks like it's making a beeline for Valdosta. But again, I saw on the news earlier that they said that the actual eye is west of that bunch of what looks like an eye. But the wind is definitely starting to rattle this door just a little bit. All right. We'll keep an eye on that. I do have it on auto playback, so I guess that's what's keeping this going. Here are the current... Nope. I'm going to close that because that's not updating anymore. This is from the weather.gov. No updates there yet. I mean, so far it's just been a little windy, a little rainy here. 38 mile per hour gust. So the gusts are getting above tropical storm force, but as far as anything else, the rain is steadily climbing. It's at 4.88 inches now. I would assume that's probably... You know, the rain's really not pouring off the roof too bad, so that's probably fairly accurate. Let's see. I do hear some activity on the repeater, but I'm sure that it's nothing that is pending. So I'm going to go do something real quick if you'll give me just a second. Let's go to this. I just heard something go bang outside, and there's nothing in my yard that can fly around. Because I think the wind chimes got taken down by a thunderstorm. Yeah, the wind chimes are gone. The wind chimes are gone. So let's monitor the outside for... I'll take you back to my wonderfully wonderful storm cam here. And we'll just see if there's some more flashes from the power stations that you can see in that particular area. So we're just waiting this thing out. See what happens. And so far just gusts of wind. Nothing is become dangerous as of yet, which is good. But I tell you, it is absolutely humid. Absolutely humid right here. It says it's only 41% humidity, but that is because humidity drops as temperature rises. So I'm going to move my weather station out of the way of the steam coming off of my computer. We're up to 4.9 inches, so it's falling at a pretty steady rate. And I'm going to bring up a screen really quick. That is in documents. Okay, got to remember documents. Yeah, don't think this storm is headed to Virginia. You will see probably some rain from it. The forecasted track of this thing is pretty wild. Helene is going to let loose some rain all across the eastern United States in some form or fashion. I saw on Mike's weather page some of the projected spaghetti models once it kind of stalls out over the Missouri area, and it looks like it's going to shoot straight across and hit the ocean. So we'll see what happens with that. I'm going to pull up an image here and make sure I spell that. No, I don't think that it's going to be too bad up there. I think it'll just be a little bit of rain. But then again, now I'm just live streaming my local conditions, Miss Anderson. I am not a meteorologist. I'm just a weather nerd. Yeah, I think Fred. What'd you say, Fred? You got Fred lives in Virginia. I think he said he had 4 inches or 5 inches of rain. It's wild how big Hurricane Helene was. Yeah, absolutely. I'll help out any way I can. Monitoring your local news. Of course, they're probably asleep now. It's after midnight. In the next day or so, they'll probably be able to give you better weather updates. Of course, sometimes we joke about weather forecasters. They almost can't tell you what's going to happen in 10 minutes. So. Let's see, what am I looking at? All right, there we go, got it up. Real quick, I do want to give a shout out to these folks. Toby, Alpha Delta 2, Charlie Delta, Toby. Thank you so much for your support of the channel, and Ham Radio Hobby, N3PM. I did give you a shout out earlier, Pat, and WD4DAN, Front End Overload. Dan, are you still with us? How are things in Valdosta? I might have to text him, because if they lost power, then internet probably went bye-bye too. And then Kilo Oscar 4, Fox Sierra Zulu Antennas, also is a fan of growth. Thank you guys so much for your support of this channel. The majority of what I do is amateur radio, but occasionally I... no, you're good. You're good. Hang around. We're just having a little old hurricane party here. And, of course, I'm showing some of the power outages. To give you an idea, Miss Anderson, about where we're located, this is our local power outage area right here. And we are just above the Florida line. So, you know, weather 500, 600 miles away is going to be hard for us to predict. But I'll show y'all because this is about to update. This is my current weather right here. We're at 4.93 inches, which is doing pretty good for collecting sideways rain. But we just had a gust of 42 miles per hour, and I felt it. I felt it. Even through the glass door, I felt it. Average winds is about 28.4, so it's been steadily climbing. And then I can hit the, so now that is our highest gust is 42.1. And we had, I think that's 0.38 inches has been about an hour average rainfall. Is that when that? Yep, that's the hour rainfall. And the lowest barometric pressure, absolute, that takes into account the temperature. But it still says that inside my house is 91 degrees. That is not correct. That is absolutely not correct. And the high today was the low today was only 75 degrees, and it was 63% humidity. And so that's where South Georgia is sitting right now. And if we hit refresh on our, I'm quite surprised that we still have power here. Let me set that back down. I'll take a drink of water while I hit the, Kool-Aid. Red Kool-Aid. I'm almost out of that too. I should have bought more. I did not want to venture into Walmart. Oh no. They can't keep up with the weather. Well, y'all, there went one of my talking points. Unless that's my internet. Is that my internet that went out? No, because I looked up. Oh, here we go. We're up to 50,000 customers in this 6-county area. I think we said 6 counties. Is that how many we counted? Okay, so we have Worth, Colquitt, Brooks, Lowndes, Cook, Berrien, Tiff. 7-county area. A gas station blew up. Holy cow. Yeah, that's not far from us. I mean, this thing took landfall right here. And so Perry was right where... Oh, it won't let me scroll there. Perry is definitely right where it made landfall. Wow, that is insane. We're starting to see some red over here. But this, I keep forgetting which way zoom. Holy moly, 4 phones going off all at once. You know, that's going to be one of the things, cell phone towers around here are going to get overloaded probably tomorrow. That is one of the things when these kind of storms happen, you have to be careful. Don't panic if you can't get through. Everybody's going to be calling everybody to check on their loved ones. And so hey there, Ruby, nice to have you in the room. Now, we're in the South Georgia area. My house is in this particular region right here. So I'm just monitoring the weather for my particular house. I am not a weatherman. I'm just a weather freak. I love weather. As a child, I used to sit in the garage on 5-gallon buckets and watch thunderstorms. I used to live over here just east of Jacksonville at the beaches. And we would watch thunderstorms. I remember going outside during hurricanes and playing in the water. Probably not the wisest thing, but here we are. So this is the area that we're in. Here's the rest of where we are. But there's going to be some catastrophic events happening in this particular area, just from what we've heard from our weather folks here. So we're going to zoom back in, and we'll go take a look. Let's see what the current position of our storm is. If we fade, now this does show you where Perry, Florida is. It's one of the larger cities and towns. So Perry is right there. And so it looks like whatever the eye is making its state line entry right now into our southern counties, which is Lowndes County and Brooks County. So we're starting to see we're getting closer here. Yeah, Florida is it was wild. The newscasters were pretty much in Tallahassee saying that some of the storm surge was going to be that they didn't want to venture any closer because of the storm surge. So again, my storm cam outside or pointed to the outside is not showing anything because it is nighttime. You know, having a storm late at night, of course, I can't sleep when it's storming like this because it's not like your typical thunderstorm. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity. And I hope that Florida was able to I hope everyone listened to the evacuation orders. I know as of right now at midnight, we were told that, it was midnight to 8 a.m. in our city or Colquitt County. We were told to shelter in place, do not go out. And even tomorrow, it's probably not a good idea for us to venture out if we don't have to. There could be, I know that my friend Billy said that he's got to go to work. He's a nurse, he's a doctor. He's a doctor, but he's a doctor of nursing. And he said that he has to go to work tomorrow. And I think he said he had to be there at 8, which means he'll probably be leaving during the dark. So he'll have to take it easy. If there's trees down over roads or anything, then you got to be careful. They'll come up on you quick, and a tree is not super reflective. We were watching the stream of the weather earlier here at my house, and just out my front door, we did see some flashes. Camden County. I know that. Camden County. I know that county. I think that's North Georgia. Let me see if I can find it on this map really quick. We have a ridiculous amount of counties in Georgia. But we play a team. Oh no, I'm sorry, that's not North Georgia. That's East Georgia. So they're a little bit off the hook over there to the east. They're just getting the bands of the storms right now. So if we pull back up to the weather tidbits, it's not weather tidbits anymore, but it was going to be, but they quit updating it. But they're in. Let me get my pointer over here. This is Camden County right here. So they're just getting some of the bands off of this hurricane right now. All right, let's see if there's an update on the weather station, because that was a pretty good gust right there. Hey, Fred, have a good evening. Thanks for stopping by. We'll catch you on ham radio soon, buddy. That was a gust of 36.9. So still tropical storm force. You can see that the temperature, let me bring this back up so we can see. The temperature has come down on the inside. It's only 80 degrees where I'm sitting now. 10-10, good buddy. For those of you that are in my stream and you are not familiar with my channel, most of it is amateur radio, ham radio stuff. And so a lot of the folks that were in here, if they're still awake or still have power, they're amateur radio operators. So that's why you see all these crazy letters and numbers put together, and that's our ham radio call sign. So 80 degrees is where I'm sitting right now. The house itself is at 72. So it's 8 degrees hotter in this particular area, and the humidity is definitely elevated. It's 64% outside right now, and we're getting 20 mile per hour average winds. Again, this is a cheap weather station. This is only, I'm not sponsored by these folks, so I'll tell you, this is Sane Logic. It's the cheapie. You know, one day I'm going to upgrade to a real weather station. Sorry, I was hearing weird sounds from the living room that I don't normally hear. The barometer is at 971. It's weird. I'm reading this thing backwards off of a little teeny tiny screen. So 971. Venture to say I haven't seen that in a while, and it's midnight on September 27th. We could call this my birthday party. My birthday's in like 5 days. I'm turning the ripe old age of 42. That is the ultimate answer to life, the universe, and everything. So, at any rate, ham radio is one of my passions. When I was growing up, I always wanted to be a weather forecaster. Not just a weather, but a meteorologist. Not just a forecaster, but an actual meteorologist. And so I found out later in life when I joined the Army that I was fully colorblind. Who would have thought? So that and electronics are things that I'm not allowed to do for the military. Really, even in the private sector, colorblindness, strangely, is not seen as a, what's the word I'm looking for here? It is not seen as a disability, so it's not covered under the Disabilities Act. So, I can't do it. So I'm unplugging my phone right now, and I'm going to let it charge. It looks like the chat has slowed down that I was looking at there. I haven't checked my email. So if anything that I have put out this evening has been helpful, I do have a buy me a coffee. If any of this information has brought peace to your lives or joy to your lives, I'll be glad to drink a cup of coffee. So right now, the rain has crossed the 5-inch mark. We have crossed the 5-inch mark for the past 2 days. And if we look, the highest 1 hour total has been 0.45 inches. So my rain gauge, again, cannot catch sideways rain very well. So we're at the mercy of that. But none of the winds have crossed my threshold yet. I think I said 45 miles an hour the alarm was supposed to go off on this. Okay, that was a substantial gust. Unfortunately, my station won't be able to get gusts that are that fast. But we'll see what pops up. Yeah, it said it was 27 miles per hour. But again, the storm is making its way into Georgia right now, according to the eye. And I had some other weather maps. But again, if you want better weather, I think that you have to go to Facebook for it. But it's called Mike's Weather Page. And Mike's Weather Page, he's down there driving around the south of Tallahassee. And he's live streaming on Facebook for that. And there's a lot of chat on the repeater. We'll see if it's... I think it's just a bunch of us hams that are bored. I just decided to live stream instead of talk on the radio. So those two guys are just talking about that. I've got another radio over here that was set to listen to local weather in case of an emergency alert. Yeah, it's just jibber jabber. So Eddie has the same radio going at his house, so he's probably hearing some of the same stuff if he's inside.
Southwestern Georgia, Mitchell County in southwestern Georgia, until 5:15 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time Friday. At 11:13 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, Doppler radar indicated heavy rain across the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Hazard, flash flooding caused by heavy rain. Source, radar. Impact, flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets and underpasses as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Newton, Moultrie, Quitman, Adel, Thomasville, Valdosta, Pelham, Nashville, Camilla, Cairo, Lake Park, Lakeland, Hayhira, Sparks, Boston.
So a lot of flood warnings. This has not changed much.
Turn around. Don't drown when encountering flood.
We are at almost 51,000 customers for our local electric company.
When it is harder to recognize the dangers of flooding. Please report observed.
Okay, so they're just talking about flooding for warnings right now. I don't know if this radio actually gives an audible alert. So I will set that radio behind the computer right there, and I'll keep it going. We'll see what happens. That radio is fairly new to me. My friend Eddie, KO4NLL Smoking POTA, bought that for me. Thanks, Eddie, for buying me a new rig. We won't say that it was really just a transfer of funds from something else. I bought you something, you bought me something. It was like almost like ham radio money laundering. So this is where we are, for those of you that are just joining. We are down in South Georgia. The eye of the hurricane is right here. I better not sing the song from Hamilton. That could probably cause copyright issues. I'm probably gonna make you sick with me trying to figure out how to doom scroll through this thing. So as we zoom into my area, the outages are growing. But here I am, and I still have power. You know, Hurricane Michael came through, and we lost power, but it was only for 8 hours. And it has flickered a few times tonight, but not too bad. But the majority of the serious power outages, because we got a lot of rain last night, the ground is already saturated. There was anywhere reports of 3 to 7 inches of rain in some places. And trees don't like wet ground, and that mixed with wind is not a good thing. Not a good thing. So if a tree falls over a power... Oh, my wife's going to be mad about that. Whoops. So I guess the door moved a little bit and knocked my light over. So I'm going to put that back where I had it, but my radio fell on a, what is that thing called? A potted plant, and kind of broke it. Well, dang. Wonder when I'll hear about that. So we're at 50,909. These are, I think these have to be reported for this to actually update. I think that's how this works. Well, that's good that it's just power flickers. We'll find out what happens later. I think a lot of our school systems will, for us to go back to school on Monday, is going to rely on 2 factors, and that is roads being passable and power being available. So I'm going to take a break. We'll go to I'm going to take a quick... Ooh, I thought somebody was sending hearts. That was me. Boop. So we'll take a look outside. We'll see if we can catch any anomalies in the weather for a minute. I'm going to take a drink and sit tight for just a minute. Have no fear, that was just my chair crackling. So this storm is moving pretty quick. Yeah, Camden looked like they were getting some weather from the... I'm going to try to get more comfortable in this chair too. Some of the outer bands coming through, and heck, even outer bands can be quite vicious. But it's fairly calm right now, actually, given the fact that this thing's not that far away. Wind is averaging right around 16 miles per hour right now in Colquitt County, where I'm located. My general coordinates were in the main screen earlier. So just to show that main screen again, this is where the hurricane started. I think this was at 6 p.m. No, this was at 4 p.m. I think. This was a 4... It was just before the sun went down, so maybe it was about 6:30 when I took this picture. No, had to be before then. It's whenever I scheduled this live stream. I don't even remember. I have no concept of time. I took an afternoon nap, and that really messed things up. But these are my coordinates that I'm reporting from. The star shows approximately where I am. You know, Georgia's a pretty big state. I almost caught it. You could see those two lights up at the top right-hand corner of my front door here. That was a gust of 37 miles per hour. So we've had bigger gusts. Oh, never mind. That was the biggest gust. 45. So let me go back to my camera. All right, let me get the camera back up. So I hope everything's good. I saw my iPad flicker over there just a minute ago. And we'll fade into this screen. This is the W1 RCP late night stream, but this just updated and it showed, man, if I could orient myself correctly. We just had a gust up to 45, and I'm pretty sure that we just had another gust. That would, yep, 41.4. So we're starting to see some definite tropical storm weather here in South Georgia right now. So this is my cheap weather station. It only updates every couple of seconds. So we're seeing some tropical storm force gusts right now. If my power goes out, this stream will end for a second, but it should continue running. I don't have it on auto stop on YouTube. And so, yeah, you can see it starting to cool off in the house now. It's only 78.6 now. But it's 58% humidity. It is freaking sticky here at the front door. And so, going back to my camera outside, which I tried to set it to night mode, but it didn't want anything to do. That's good that your buddy's on a base, keeping you up to speed on his end. When I was in the Army, the barracks was probably the safest place to be. I worked in an old hospital at Fort Sill, Oklahoma. And it was not a hospital. It was just an old hospital. I did finance and accounting. And they didn't call it a tornado, but I saw it. That thing was spinning as it was coming across the field. But me being the storm chaser, even back then, I ran outside. I remember taking my boss, her name was Fetty, and I took Fetty outside to go look at it. I said, there's a tornado, and it is going to come right across this field. Yep, you can see the rain bubbles is all we have to go on because it's freaking nighttime. Hey, Zach, good evening. The storm is not over for us here in South Georgia. Let me take a drink and I'll go back to the camera. So my area that I'm reporting from is in southwest Georgia. And if we fade back to this screen right here, This is what I've been monitoring. If I hit the refresh button, it should zoom back out. So now we're at 53,000 customers in our area. I'm venturing to say that that's a fifth of the people that live in this particular area. But this is where I am right here. So keep an eye on that spot right there as I zoom out. The eye of the hurricane right now is somewhere in this area right here. So we'll have to go to another screen that I have for that. And let's see. This is the current position of the storm according to the National Weather Service. And I'm about right here. But no, I'm not right there. I'm sorry. I'm right here. Sorry about that. Got confused there. So I think my arrow is showing on the stream. I'm not quite sure if it is because every time I lower the screen, my arrow goes away. So this is where I am. I've got a friend who's in the stream. Eddie is in this area right here. And Dan was in the stream, but he said he lost power, but he lived somewhere in this area right here. It looks like he's about to get the crossing of this thing right now. So it looks like it's taking a bump to the... Goodness gracious. Now that was some wind. It looks like it's gone east just a little bit, according to what I see right here. I am not a weather professional, and I just like to watch weather. That's what's up. Alright, so if we go over here, let's see if there's any new warnings or... Nothing new there, so that's good. There's no tornadoes that I can see that have been reported. We saw some earlier that were reported in this county. Had a tornado headed this way. And I know over here in eastern Georgia, I did see some storm warnings over there for... Yep. Well, being way up north is a good thing. You don't have to deal with this, but this is not something that here in South Georgia, we're not used to this kind of stuff. The last time that we had a major impact from a hurricane here in our area was Hurricane Michael back in 2018. So there are some... Oh, there was a big boom. I'm covering my eyes from this light just so I can see out the window just a little bit. So the trees are not swaying in hurricane fashion, but the rain has picked up. And we're at 5.4 inches now. So just a minute ago I said we were at 5 inches. Well, we have some friends of ours. This is a ham radio channel for the most part, but I figured I'd share my particular conditions as the time went on. And some of our ham radio friends live up in Michigan, and they said in one of our chat rooms, similar to Discord, they said, you know, we were talking about getting 5 inches of rain, and they said if you convert that to snow, every inch of rain is a foot of snow. They said that 5 inches of rain would be 5 feet of snow. So yeah, we if it snows down here, we have what's called snowpocalypse. But that snowpocalypse that happened that year was, if we go back to our power outage map, I can kind of show you on that map. Let me fade into the power outage map. Let's take a look. Now that thing went boom, okay, not much of a change. But snowpocalypse, you know, you hear about Georgia. Georgia is quite the state. But here's Atlanta, and here we are. That's about 280 miles away. Georgia, small state. It's a small state until you have to drive on I-75 all the way through it. And then when you're just going to Tennessee, then it feels a lot bigger. But that's as far out as it'll let me zoom. Florida is another one though. Can I move? Will you let me? Yeah, Florida. The drive to South Florida is a booger too, though. But here we are. And the power outages are at 53,684. I don't know how they gather that information. I don't know if that is reported or if they monitor where their power outages occur. But where I am, the station is, the substation is about 0.4 of a mile that way. I mean, if I were to climb a ladder, I can look at it. And our power on this side runs underground for our neighborhood. So power outages are actually pretty rare over here. We rarely see. They like swamps. Yeah, we only have one swamp, and I bet it's pretty swampy. We went down to the Swanee River, which is not that far from us. The Swanee River runs right in this area, right here, and then that's actually it right there, if I'm not mistaken. So the Swanee River flows right through here. This is the Okefenokee Swamp right here for Georgia. Florida, swamp. Yeah, you go South Florida, it's all swamp. Oh, I did not take that into account. There's legit rain coming under the door. Oh boy. How is that even possible? You know, Eddie, I knew that too. I knew that. You're right. You're right. I forgot. This isn't the 1900s anymore. Where the power meter reader came by once a month and read your meter. Yep. They all have a mesh network that they're connected to, and I knew that. I just had forgotten about it. Thank you, Eddie, for chiming in on that. Yep. So my area is right here on this particular map, and the rain coming in is a concern here. I'm gonna go make sure it's not getting into the wooden floor. Because even keeping the front door shut won't stop that. Nope, it's not going over the threshold, so we're good. But there is water being blown as it sheets down the window, the storm door. Because I mean, I have a little front porch. So as the rain is hitting it and the water is sheeting down, the wind is blowing it under the threshold. Zach said, yeah, it's 2024. Everything is expensive. I am a homeowner. And I just don't want to have to clean up any water off the floor. Unfortunately. I just swept too, and I broke a flower pot over here just a minute ago when the wind blew. I didn't have the light that's on my face going very well. The door moved or something, and it fell and broke a flower pot. So I just swept in here like 2 days ago. It was clean. All right, so let's see what the latest wind is looking like. It's 1 in the morning now here in South Georgia and the eastern coast. No, 45 has been the highest gust on my piece of crap weather station, but we're getting a pretty constant tropical storm force gusts right now. All right, so Eddie lives about 20 minutes north of me. Well, a squeegee would come in handy. The problem is right here where it meets my door, it is where the threshold sits on top of the wood like this. Let me see if I can make this known. So this is the wood, this is the threshold. If water goes under it, it's going to get under the floor here at the door. So that's the one thing. If it goes over that threshold, I mean, there's nothing you can do. The front door doesn't seal where the two. This where I'm sitting is right at my front door. The wind is getting louder. Uh-oh, Eddie just lost power. Well, let's go update the power screen and see. Oh, yep, look at there. 58,000 now in our area. Oh, it is not far. If you'll look on this map, at the bottom of this is the Florida line, crosses right here. And I am right here. It's, let's see, I went on a 100-mile bike ride one time. 75 miles. And I rode all the way to Florida. So, by the way the roads go, there's a road that runs pretty much straight down right here. And it was 75 miles round trip to the Florida line. And that road's pretty straight. So I'm about 38 miles from the Florida border. If we go look back at the weather map, that's the power outage map. Here's the weather map. This is from the National Weather Service. And so it looks like Dan should be able to go outside and actually be able to see clear skies here soon. This is where, not the Dan that was here just a second ago. One of our buddies, Dan, lives in Valdosta. He lost power probably close to an hour ago. I'm right here. So it looks like Colquitt County might be missing the majority of this. It did not cut to the west as much as they said it would. So it looks like the track that it's headed right now, because it has gone like this, is headed in this direction here. So we'll see what happens over the next hour. I know that I'm going to stream until the winds calm down. And then maybe my adrenaline will go low enough that I can actually go to sleep. I think I slept for like 4 hours this afternoon. I think I went to sleep at like 11:30 and woke up at 3:30. Because I knew... you talking about all this stuff right here? Those are probably just slight radar echoes, maybe. The outer edge is probably just very light rain. And so these areas right here are just light rain. Now you can't be slinging colors at me because I'm fully colorblind. We talked about... I mean, it's been a minute. I've always wanted to be a weather meteorologist, and it was Tim. I think his name was Tim Deegan. It was WJXT in Jacksonville was the news station that we watched, and I always watched him doing the weather in Jacksonville, and I wanted to be just like him, and that's what I'm thinking. It's probably a lot of echo noise from the radar more than anything. But the colors down here are the reflection of the radar and the strength of that radar. So the thicker the colors, and you'll see that like right in here is a mixture of these colors right here. Now to me, a lot of these blend in, but those of you with better color perception, the thicker the amount of rain contained in these, it reflects, which actually I see some red right here. That looks like a different color because the pixels are in a different place on my computer. But the thicker the object, the radar is able to get a good bounce off of it. So this is a decibel. I'm not sure what it's in reference to when it talks about a Z, but you always have to compare. A decibel is always compared to something else, a standard. And so that's how they measure these. So if you're getting a this right here, yeah, the wind is getting it. My door has slammed. The storm door has slammed shut in the millimeter that it can move quite a few times over the last few minutes. So a dBz, if we were to look up what a dBz is, let's just check it out. Decibel Z. Oh, come on. Okay, dBz radar meaning. Let's well, thanks AI overview. It's a non-dimensional unit of radar reflectivity. So decibels are logarithmic, just like not hurricanes. Earthquakes are in decibels because of the amount of fluctuation is so large that I know, right? I haven't watched that since I was a youngin'. I didn't watch it much though, but when you're talking about a large amount of information that can range from a 0 all the way up to a very large number, let's say billions and trillions. If you do it in a logarithmic, it makes the scale a lot smaller. It makes it easier to understand. So what they've done is compared it to a non-dimensional unit. So they just picked a unit, and then that echo, when it comes back, is compared to that unit, and that's where you get the decibel from. So that it's that comparison that you're looking at on the radar. These are the comparisons. So if you're seeing stuff down in this color range, good question, Zach. I'm actually a ham radio operator. Most of my content is about ham radio or amateur radio, electronics, 3D printing, that kind of stuff. The only reason that I'm streaming weather tonight is because, one, I'm nerdy in that fashion, and I figured, having one more little bit of information out there, if somebody comes across it and wants to look at it, I can offer that very regional account. It's my own personal vlog, I guess you could say. Normally I don't get into weather on my channel, but I figured tonight, I've got my ham radio going right here. It's mostly a bunch of jibber jabber. It's a bunch of ham radio guys that are bored right now. But they're awake because we don't sleep through storms. And then this radio I have on the NOAA weather radio. I don't think there's any new warnings out right now.
Latest weather and forecast information can also be accessed by calling our automated forecast line at 850-942-8851. The National Weather Service in Tallahassee has issued a flash flood warning for.
Yeah, it's the same flash flood warning on that. So I'm waiting to see if any new warnings pop up on that. I definitely do not stream weather hardly at all. Unless I'm out playing radio somewhere and it starts raining. I do have one video where KO4NLL Smoking POTA and we were playing radio on a camping trip and talking to folks on the radio, and we videoed it, and there were storms to the north of us, and they were the slowest moving storms. And they eventually dropped and plopped right down on us. I'll tell you what, this storm has really picked up speed. It has almost moved 3/4 of the way across Valdosta, not Valdosta, but Lowndes County. Let's see, how long is this 20 minutes or so. It has moved almost all the way across Lowndes County. So it looks like the track has gone a little more eastward than we were originally told. And so that eastward has kind of saved us from the more dangerous side of the storm, is usually the eastern side. But you can see that the majority of this storm, if you were to cut it in half, if we cut it in half like this, it looks like we're nearing the back side of this thing. So I think that our county, which is right here, has actually fared quite well tonight, given the forecast. So these folks right here have definitely taken a brunt of this tonight, it looks like. Let me see what Dan's weather station in Valdosta went offline a long time ago. Let me see if he's still awake, and we'll see what he's up to. I texted my friend my friend and his wife down in Naples, Florida. Haven't heard back from him yet. Cell service could be down there. Could be a lot of people. That's the thing with storms, especially events like this that cover large areas. I mean, at one point they said the storm was 600 miles long. I don't think that it's that big right now, but when it was down in Cancun, not Cancun, was it Cancun? It was between Mexico and Cuba. They measured it on the news. It was 600 miles long. It was huge. Let's see if Dan can give us a weather report from Valdosta. You got any idea of the winds in your area? Let's see if we can get a report from Dan. I think he left a good while ago. So I still have power, and it looks like, I guess I got to go find, I don't want to speak too soon, but I did get 8 gallons of gas for the generator. I'm going to have to go find something to put that in so it doesn't go bad, because the generator was also full. So, of course, the storm cam. And if any of this information has helped anybody out, brought any peace to you, or if it's just been slightly entertaining and helped you out, I do have a Buy Me a Coffee account. What kind of generator do I have? I do not have an expensive generator. It's a 3500 water. It is the Harbor Freight version of, I believe, a Honda. I think it was, how much did I pay for that thing? $700, I think. I mostly bought it for my camper. I've never had to use it for anything except to run a soldering iron during a thunderstorm one time when the power went out. Which, for us to see power outages, is super rare in this area. We have underground power lines where I live. And the substation is only about 4/10 of a mile to the west of me here. It's just across the street. It's just across the highway. It is smack dab. That generator is smack dab in between where my house is right now and where the GPS coordinates that I put up on the main screen were. So if we go back to the main screen, now that was some serious wind right there. I can feel that coming from under the door. Alright, so I'm going to open another window. I'll show you what kind of generator I have. I just looked it up the other day. I was looking for the generator. I was looking for the manual. It's gone up in price since then. It's called a Predator. So if we go to this and I do window capture and we say web, oh yeah, it's getting windier out there now. 51. We just had a gust of 51 miles per hour. Alright, so let's see. Let me put one more thing up here. Give me just a minute. Since we're talking about power outages. Give me just a minute. I'll get this screen up here. Alright, we'll fade into this. So So this is where the storm is right now. And it has passed through Lowndes County. What appears to be the eye has passed through Lowndes County now and looks like it's entering into Berrien County. So the storm looks like it's headed more to the northeast than they originally expected. And my county is just below the red line there. So it looks like I am out of the weeds tonight. The rain has picked up. What did I say earlier? 5 inches? I'm at 6 3/4 of an inch of rain now. Since 6:30 yesterday, or 6. Wait, it's Friday morning now. So since Wednesday p.m. 6:30 Eastern is when it started raining here, and so we've got 6.8 inches of rain since then. Yep. My front door is still here, so that is a step in the right direction. But, I'm just one little area in all of Georgia and North Florida. So the Perry area where this made landfall just southwest of there, they took a huge hit. And Tallahassee might have gotten spared in this. I have not seen Mike's weather page. So if you get on Facebook, if you're on Facebook, Mike's weather page does a really good job of reporting live on scene. If you have cable or satellite, the Weather Channel probably has good old Jim Cantori standing out there, giving on some local reports. I know that my wife had the news going in the living room. And we have Roku TV. And so, it's a long story as to why we have that and not satellite. I used to have satellite. They quit carrying the Braves game, so I canceled them. I'm an Atlanta Braves and a Florida State University FSU fan. Have been since as long as I could remember. FSU not having a great season this year. The Braves, I just heard another boom outside. That was a nice boom. It could have been either a garbage can or it could have been a substation. Who knows? But yeah, I canceled Dish Network after they quit carrying the Braves games. I would record them and watch them later, so I could fast forward through the commercials. So you could take a 3.5 hour game and watch it in about 2 hours. Let's see. The highest wind has been 51. I'll go back to the power outage map. So we're at 63,000 customers in our area. It covers 7 counties in southwest Georgia. But this is, from my weather station, 51 miles per hour. Let's see, my buddy Eddie just texted me and said, lost data connection. He said, okay, so my friend Eddie is just north of me, about 20 miles. So he said that he lost his data connection. He thinks his surge suppressor worked well. It smells like an electrical fire, but his radios are okay. They're on battery backup. Okay, good. But for my friend Eddie, the real question is, how did your computer fare? My friend Eddie loses... Oh, no. We don't want to do that. What was I going to say? He loses his computer about every 2 years, it seems. Maybe every year. So if you're wondering, the drink of choice out of my Buc-ee's cup is red Kool-Aid. I wasn't allowed to have red food dye as a child. As an adult, Mama can't tell me no. Let me ask my friend Eddie, how is your computer? Let's see if he laughs at that. So there's still power in my particular house. My neighborhood has street lights on. If we go look at the storm cam, which is just a GoPro taped to the glass door, we still have lights in our area. Now, earlier I got real lucky. We've been streaming 2 hours now, so about an hour and a half ago, I did capture a substation going boom just above the light that's right there in the middle. And there was a viewer in the stream at that time that said that lives not that far from me, maybe 3 miles to the northwest. Nope. So Eddie said his computer doesn't stink, so that's a good sign. Let me text him and tell him I hope it's okay. So I said, I hope it's okay. Laugh out loud, not laugh out loud. Because he knows that we have been through some junk with his computers. I think he's on his 3rd computer now. I believe he's on his 4th computer. Not that his last one died, but I think that Eddie bought him one like I have in the other room. It's one of those miniature computers. Smaller than a bread box. So at any rate, there's a little bit of wind. The lights that you see at the bottom of the screen are because... Ouch! I just kicked my knee on this tiny table. The humidity is so high that my tripod is not a tripod. It's Dollar Tree tape. Some of you would call it Scotch tape, but the Dollar Tree tape is what we got going on here. So we'll go back. We'll fade into that for now, and I think I'm going to add the outside. I mean, things are really surprisingly calm right now. As the storm passes through, we're going to see probably just a little bit more of the western edge. Probably going to see rain for quite a few more hours as this thing spins around. But that's the wind and rain hitting the door. If let's see. Yeah, his surge protector he paid $100+ for a legit surge protector, and he said maybe it was worth the money. I hope so. So as this thing passes through, I am the county to the west of where the supposed eye of the hurricane is right now. But the rain is still coming down. Here we're about to cross the 7-inch mark right now. The highest rain per hour we saw 1.71 inches per hour rain rate has been the high so far, and the highest gust of wind here at my house in Colquitt County with my not so expensive weather station was 51 miles per hour. Gusts could have been a little bit higher than that. My weather station is not the best. I bought what I could afford at the time. So let's see. That is the computer. So hang on, I'll put up the... So I've got my GoPro taped to the glass door here. And... let's see if we can bring this up and make it fit on the screen. Alright, so we'll fade to this screen, and you can see that This is what it looks like outside right now. It's just dark. There's nothing going on, which is fine. I can live with that, I guess. The storm has not been as bad as I expected, but the counties without power, or the people without power now, we have 525 active events reported from Colquitt EMC, and there is 67,000. That was a last update 3 minutes ago. 67,000 customers without power. And they're sneaking up on us here, but it looks like my area, again, where I live, has underground utilities. And the substation is only 4/10 of a mile, so there is only one wire, and it runs straight across the road to from a riser to another pole, and then it goes straight underground. So we're usually the last to see any power disturbances where I live, which is how, and I also have fiber internet, which is how I'm still able to stream I'm streaming at 5 megabits per second, between 4 and 5 megabits per second. So that's kicking chicken right there. But it looks like the majority of the storm is to the east of us a good ways. It's actually it skips a whole county now to where the eye looks like it is. I think it'd be hard to get a current storm report on this. Let's hit refresh over here. Okay, so we're out of the high wind. We're just under a flash flood warning now. And possibly the hurricane warning is underneath that, I would assume. So let's go to Moultrie is the city that I live in. So Wonderground might be overwhelmed with people trying to look at weather. Oh no, I jumped the gun. There it was. So our full forecast is says that we should only see about 3/4 of an. Goodness gracious. Well, that was another tropical storm force gust. It was 38.5. And the wind is starting to shift and come from the northwest now. All right, so hurricane conditions likely is what they said through tonight. So other than being a little bit of wet outside, you know, we possibly could have went camping tomorrow. That was our goal. That's what we were going to do. But then Eddie, with whom I was texting earlier, it looks like the storm's going to be through, but it says wind southwest at 20 to 30. So it's still going to be kind of windy tomorrow, it looks like, for where we are. So here is the local map. This is the county that I'm in, and this is the approximate location that I am right now. So really it looks like whatever this is will be the last thing that we see, and maybe one more. There was a front, and that front is what has guided this storm. There was a front over this area over here, and there's a low out here in the Atlantic Ocean that's, of course, lows was pushing it up in there. Let's see. We were looking up DBZ earlier to figure out what that meant. I kind of had an idea, but I didn't know what the Z was. It's just a non-dimensional unit. A lot of times when you measure in decibels, they're always some kind of magic number, so to speak. Let's see. Current U.S. weather map. You can tell I don't go to the weather station very often. See? I can't even click it. What the heck? Show me the map, Scott. I mean, what good is it if I can't click it? Hey there, Sean. Glad you came to the stream. This is certainly not something that that I usually stream. Weather is definitely something that I'm interested in, and I just, come on, this map is not playing nice with me. It'll let me click the other ones, but it won't let me see this one. They just want me to see their daggum advertisements. You'll get your chance a little while later, for sure. All right, I like me some Weather Underground. There we go. I mean, look at how big this thing is, though. I mean, there is rain all the way up to Pennsylvania. Well, I mean, not quite in Pennsylvania, but hitting right up on the edge. Ohio, Illinois, and Indiana, Kentucky, Virginia. I think that's Virginia. North Carolina, South Carolina. Georgia is completely covered in rain, according to this. Yeah, I got some friends going to Kennesaw State University. I say friends; they were past students of mine, and yes, it is a freaking monster. So most of what I stream is amateur radio related, but since the storm was coming pretty close to where I live, I figured I'd get on here and keep myself entertained through the night. And so Hurricane Helene is a little further than this right now. This says as of 1 a.m., so it's definitely moved a lot further since then. But this was the bad mamma jamma that was pushing this thing up through our area. And I think it was supposed to be a little bit more west, and the storm was supposed to be a little bit more west. So I know that in our county we have escaped a lot of what I would consider the more damaging weather. So the pressure seems to be on the rise. It looks like it's at 900. No, maybe it's still going down. But the winds are only averaging around 14 miles an hour right now for us here. I don't know if that means that we're in the so-called eye. The weather station that we were watching earlier on TV was saying that the eye was actually west of this clearing right here. But then again, I am not a weather professional. If you want weather professionals, they're on TV. They could probably give you a bigger view, but this is my interpretation of what's happening here in Moultrie, Georgia. So if we go back and look at the power outage map, let's see if there's any changes over here. I think that was 11 minutes ago. So let's hit refresh and see what we have now. 67,000. Okay, so it's still going up. We're at 68,000 customers without power. This is 7 counties in Georgia. This is the Florida line right down here at the bottom. The storm came, let's see, right through here. So the storm is sitting about right there. The eye that we were looking at earlier. Yep, the storm has been a big one for sure. Yep, I've got a Baofeng UV5R right here. Um, we just had a power flicker here. It seems like the old man that we're talking on it earlier, and I say that term with a term of endearment. We're really good friends with the guys that were on the repeater earlier, but they weren't talking about Storm anything. They were actually talking about computer stuff. I think that they were talking about doing a backup to Google Drive. So if we put the, let me hang on just a minute. I'll get us back to my live stream. We'll fade back over there. So when you go talking about amateur radios, I mean, anybody can listen on these and tune around on them to transmit. Some of these do some illegal stuff. As far as the Federal Communications Commission is concerned, I know a few of these can transmit out of the bands that amateur radio guys are licensed for, and they're not for use on GMRS, FMRS, but on a lot of them you can put those frequencies in and transmit on them. I think on this one I'm not going to try it because I don't want to find out the FAFO. But some of these you can transmit on police frequencies, and that would get you in some serious trouble. But this one, I programmed this one. Usually I only use this when I go play radio with my friends, and we talk to each other on 3 different frequencies across 3 different bands. So we have a 2-meter band, and if you listen to NOAA weather radio, it's pretty much in that 2-meter band. It's 140 megahertz range. We also talk on the 1.25 megahertz or 1.25 meter range, and that is 223 megahertz. And then in the UHF range, we talk on what's called 70 centimeters, which is the 440 megahertz range. And it's weird, a lot of times we'll say 2 meters and 440. Well, that's using the wavelength and then the frequency range. So yeah, if you brought out your old Baofeng, that's awesome. So have you relearned why you bought it years ago is the question. I do have, this is a shameless plug for the W1RCP channel, which is the majority is amateur radio, but tonight was just this is my one-person hurricane party. I don't know if it's me swinging this around or if the light is actually, okay, it's just me. The light's not flickering. But I have some amateur radio training for good reason. To get a technician license for doing low Earth orbit stuff is not too terribly difficult. I do have some training videos. If you want to go through the FCC questions, I have them on my channel. And so we could go take a look at that real quick. We're still getting 30-mile-an-hour gusts. So I guess it's not over yet. But the pressure's at 971 millibars right now. So the guy that is talking right there is near Tifton, Georgia. He said that he just realized that the electricians didn't install his plug right, and he said that he's not going to mess with it in the rain. If he loses power, he's just going to be without power. All right, so if we go to web only, awesome. If there's anything I can do to help you, I'd be glad to. I said, when I posted There we go. All right, I think we're back now. Yep. Okay, so I was saying, I don't know how long ago it was that the audio went out. It might have been when I switched. No, it's not the weather. It's something to do with my computer. I might have bumped the USB drive, the USB plug in it. I was saying, I think Ham Radio Crash Course, I think that's KI6NAZ if I'm not mistaken. And he also has some videos out. You know, you can tag team them. He's got some technician level licensing. I do not have the general yet. I haven't. I did the work over the summer to do the latest extra exam, but that's a horse of a different color, for sure. But let's see if we go down to. I mean, I show a lot of playing radio out in parks, and so these folks right here are ones that live in Naples, Florida. They came up to do a Swanee River tour. The Swanee River is going to be freaking flooded again, and we're not going to be able to go play radio on the Swanee River. They actually closed all of the boat ramps. Thanks, audio. I do some training on how to do some WinLink. I've been working on that as part of the channel. Projects is really one of the big things. I like to work on projects. Digirig cables, projects, past live streams. But what I'm trying to look for, oh my God, I'm in the wrong spot. Playlists, here we go. So if you go, ignore the thumping, that is tunes that I listen to when I go driving places by myself and I get bored of playing on the radio. But you'll look for the ALF. I've got all 35 videos right here. And they're good till 2026. So you got a year and a half. No. Till July of 2026. July 20. Yeah, a little over a year and a half. Before those questions are no longer valid. And I was saying I don't have the general done yet. I did those over the summer. And I skipped the general for now because I believe the general is good. And let's go take a look. It may be good till 2027. This one just came out for the amateur extra, but I was saying that's a horse of a different color. Let's see. ncvec.org. Let's take a look. They're the ones that make up the questions for the amateur radio test. Since we're on it. Yeah, general's good till 2027. The way that I learned these is I read the book. There is a book that you can read. Someone gave me a book for this one. But then what I would do is I would go to an online test and I would just take the test and memorize the answers. Because, you know, it's kind of like going to college. You learn a little bit of everything in college, but then when you go to your actual job, that's when you really learn what's really going on. Even in the military, when I was in the Army, they sent me through finance school. Didn't teach me a darn thing about what I was going to be doing at my duty station. I wound up working as a contract pay and then in the accounting section where I did what is it called? Not data, debt collection. That's the word I'm looking for. So at any rate, NCVEC, you can get all of the questions and answers. Pardon me. It's probably time for another drink of Kool-Aid. So we're still getting wind gusts at 29 miles an hour, but the pressure is coming back up. So we're at 972 millibars now. All right, so scrolling through, I'm going to hit the PDF. Maybe it won't make me download it. The first couple pages, you're just going to, it's errata and stuff like that. They'll tell you about all, I know you can't read this on your screen. It's just too dang tiny. But they tell you about the questions that are modified and deleted. And then you can go and read every question and get the answer. And some of them, Some of them that I went through, I tried to give good explanations. There is one mistake. Yes, they did. Do I remember how to use a lens-addict compass now? Probably not. Let's Google it real quick. Yeah, that's what we had right there. Sure did. Didn't actually own one until I went to Walmart and actually bought one. But yeah, they taught us how to read them. I actually used to have a picture of me standing on the roof of the old hospital that I worked at. I didn't work at a hospital. It was just an old hospital. It was where the Defense Finance and Accounting Service was. They took over the old hospital. And so we snuck up on the roof one time, and I was playing with the compass up there. But again, I did not have a GI issue compass. I had a Walmart issue compass. And even back then, shoot, that was 20 years ago. What year were we in? 2024? I went into the military 23 years ago. But we actually do use them in amateur radio. Can I search my own channel right here? I don't even know how to work YouTube sometimes. Let's just look me up. W1SRP Fox Hunting. Ooh, a retired flight surgeon. Yep, so we used the compass. I didn't use a lens-addict compass, but in this video, we did amateur radio direction finding. And in Tifton, which in the weather, we'll go look back at the weather. And it's okay. It's so late in the evening that I have ADHD and my meds have worn off by now, so it's really easy to derail me. But they had a transmitter set up in town. There's the screen right there of me using the. I used my computer and a map that I made of Tifton, Georgia, and we had to go find a rogue transmitter that was hidden somewhere in the area. And so we used radio direction finding triangulation to go hunt it down. And this year we actually found it first. So being able to read maps and make, if we can find that picture of us standing in the field swinging our antennas around, looking silly on the side of the road, finding the peak signal and then taking a reading. But yeah, going back to the weather, not much has changed. If we fade over, well, shoot, it's already up. All right, good deal. So it looks like the number of customers without power has actually gone down a little bit, I think. It seems like it was a bigger number earlier. This doesn't show me the history. And as far as, let's go to... If we go back to the current weather, it looks like, is this, let's see, 5:58. So yeah, this was 10 minutes ago. And that's UTC time. So subtract, let's see, at 5:58, subtract 3 from that, and that's pretty much what time it is here. It's 2 o'clock in the morning right now. Yeah, so this is a few minutes behind. Subtract 4. Let's see. Hiking to Hammond. What is up, K4HNH? Good to hear from you. I think we made a contact on the radio the other day. It was good to get you on. I think we were doing Morse Code the other day. I don't remember where I was. Do you? We make so many contacts we forget. The eye looks like... Maybe it wasn't CW. I'll go look at it in a minute. Yeah, I hear you, Sean. Staying up, yeah. Cell phones. I would imagine that cell phone service is going to get congested down here tomorrow at daybreak. So if you're able to get a text through to them, and then if they're able to receive it, um, just be patient. Just be patient. Don't panic. That's a line from one of my favorite books, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Don't panic. It's all right. I can see through spelling errors pretty well. It looks like this storm, I'm trying to look at the counties. We got Lowndes. It is in western Berrien County, it looks like right now. I don't know my counties outside of this area right here, and it's because I just learned them. I knew about Valdosta, I knew about Brooks County, Colquitt County, Worth County. This is Dougherty County, but there's three. Albany covers a whole huge area over there. So it looks like my area is about to get a nice little hug from this right here. Now that looks like it's going to pack a little bit of a punch as it swirls around in here, and it's going to train in some weather. So yeah, I agree. I absolutely agree that the next cone is going to be different because this was supposed to turn. This was supposed to turn a long time ago. But the next update from the National Weather Service isn't until I think 5 a.m. or 6 a.m. Might even be 8 a.m. I know they're 6 hours apart. But the way this thing has come in, it has drawn almost a straight line right here. I think it passed and went right over Perry, and here it is right here. So it's gone exact northeast. Camden County is right here. It looks like they had some storms pass through. Yeah, so I was thinking 5 a.m. 9 I think it's 9 UTC. This is Camden County right here in Georgia. So it looks like they are in the echo noise from the radar. So these right here are just fragments. You don't really count them. They're at the very bottom of the DBZ scale. Some of the highest points. Now, I put this out. One, I am not a trained weather person. I just like weather. I am also fully colorblind, which is why I'd pushed papers in the military. I wanted to do weather, or I had two things I wanted to do in the military. I wanted to do weather, and I wanted to do something with electronics. When I went in the military, I found out I was fully colorblind. Explained a lot of things to my parents because, man, I did not know my colors worth a freaking toot, and they thought I was just dumb. But this DBZ scale is logarithmic. We found out that the Z that they compare these echoes to is some imaginary number. And that imaginary number is right here where a 0. And so for decibels, because it's a logarithmic scale, if you compare a 1 to a 1, in decibels it comes out to a 0. So anything below that comparison point is right here, and anything above that point is usually when it starts to rain. That's pretty much my take on I'm probably more entertaining than they are for the most part. But yeah, this, and a lot of times, I mean, shoot, man, I'm not knocking what they do. A lot of them have their meteorological degrees and stuff like that, and to get a job at the National Weather Service is probably pretty tough, and I think that's probably was a dream of mine a long time ago. But I am a nerd of math, although I don't study much of it, but I love math and I love science. and I do ham radio, electronics. I love to do 3D printing stuff. I teach engineering. I actually have an electronics engineering degree that was focused mostly on microcontrollers and programming. But this right here is what I'm watching. My location, if you can see, my God, am I on the right screen? Okay. Thank you. Okay, so if you can see my pointer, this is about where I'm located right here. So I'm watching what's coming from the south. Actually, it looks like it's dissipating. The pressure is up to 974 millibars, and the latest wind gust was only 19. So that's excellent. Maybe I'll have shingles on my house. I just had to replace my roof. We had a unconfirmed. It was not a tornado. It was a straight line wind from a thunderstorm. Took off quite a few shingles several times, and so we found shingles all over our yard one day. And I said, well, I guess we're gonna have to call the man. Had to make a insurance claim on the roof. It wound up, I think it was $15,000 to put a new roof on. But thank you for insurance, because it only costs, I think, $1,600. Probably couldn't start a helicopter, but I also dabbled in aviation myself. Where I'm from, my family builds airplanes. Now, I don't associate much with them. Haven't talked to them in quite some time, but here in Moultrie, we have Maule Aircraft, M-A-U-L-E. Maule Aircraft is a manufacturer here that used to be hot stuff back in the 90s and the early 2000s. And BD Maule actually is in the Georgia Aviation Hall of Fame, which is in Warner Robins, Georgia. And they've got a display up there. And so we're just watching the storm go by. I mean, there's nothing to see out my window at this current point in time, that's for sure. Things are really starting to calm down here. Yeah, it's I call it being a jack of all trades, master of none. I dabble into all kinds of stuff. My wife gets the benefit, because normally if something breaks, I don't have to call somebody to fix it. Like the dryer, the heating element goes out or went out in it, and I bought a new heating element for it. Didn't even put it in. I went inside the dryer and I just took the coil and looped it inside of itself, and it lasted for another 6 months after I did that. It just burned a little hotter, that's all. Plumbing stuff, for the most part, I can handle. One day she asked me to go put up a shelf for her potted plants above the garden bathtub. Yep, Warner Robins. It's a pretty cool place. My cousin lives just south of there a little bit. And actually, there were some guys in here earlier. Maybe. They might have went to sleep. Who knows? I'm a night owl. That's the problem with me, is being a teacher and having to get up at 6 o'clock in the morning. I don't have to get up at 6 tomorrow because I canceled school. But a lot of what I do happens after about 10 p.m. It's really bad. We were talking about something. I was rambling about something. Yeah, I don't even know. I've done forgot. But I did fly for a little while. I had about 40 some odd. It was in between 40 or 50 flight hours. I was soloing at the time. I was just about to get into some cross-country stuff. My flight instructor was also my uncle, and he took me on one cross-country to show me the route. And I was doing soloing at the time, and then someone crashed our airplane, our trainer plane. He went out on a day that had some gusty winds and did a ground loop, and he broke the landing gear on a tail dragger. He broke the front landing gear, drove I think it was the left wing into the ground, and tore up the prop. And that was the last day I flew, was the day that he crashed the plane. He thought he could handle it. I knew I wasn't going out that day. He soloed, he crashed the plane. Shortly after that, my logbook went missing. And I think somebody stole it. Because it had B.D. Mall's signature in it for my first flight when I was really young. I had that flight log since I was, I think, 6 years old, and I'm about to be 42. So at the time, it was right at 20 years old. Pages were falling. Yeah, it does. They fixed the plane, but then my aunt told my uncle no more flying lessons. He was the test pilot for our company, and that's what he stuck to after that. And at the time that I was doing that, I was in college I was using my MGI bill just to make it, because I didn't get paid a lot back then at my job. And so I was doing the MGI bill and going to college just so I could because I had a grant. College was free, and I was using the MGI bill to pay bills at $1,200. Yes, I could fly a small plane, like a Cessna, Mall, something like that, a Cub, a Pitts, that's my last name, but I'm not related to them. But yeah, I could get in a plane. Now, as far as firing up a helicopter, that'd be like me jumping into a semi-truck. I don't know how those 18 gears work. Now, I know how to drive a stick shift. I can drive up to 7 gears. Once it goes above that, sports cars, that's as high as it goes. Can I afford a sports car? No. Have you ever driven one? Once. It had 7 gears in it, I think. Oh yeah, definitely. If you could put me into a cockpit of a 737, we would probably survive. So it looks like the storm is on its way out. It is 2:21 on the eastern coast a.m. And looking back at the power outages, let me reset our what are we going to call that? Reset our bunny trail that we got on with ham radio earlier, which the Hiking to Hammond guy, he also. I keep saying that we're through this thing, but then the wind keeps coming under the door. But the rain has slacked off. We've got 7.39 inches of rain since 6:30 p.m. on Wednesday night. Four of those inches have happened pretty much today. I think we were at 3¼ inches of rain before this event started. Around 6 p.m. I think is when the rain kicked back in. But the power outages have gone up to 67,259 in our area. I don't expect that to grow much more here in South Georgia. If we zoom out of this map, give you kind of an idea about where we are. This is where we are. Camden County, what you were asking about, is right over here around I-95. We actually play Camden County. I don't think we've played them lately, but I know we play Camden County High School football. We used to, but our high school is like 7A now. Like they should make a whole new they should make a whole new letter classification for our school. It is a large high school in Colquitt County. But that's where we are. The hurricane took a route that, if I'm looking at this map correctly, went right through here, and I think is currently located right here. Yep, so we are just waiting things out. Things are pretty chill here. I mean, 30-mile-an-hour winds gusting is not that big of a deal. We see that in a typical thunderstorm as the gust front comes through. Oh, well, and that is another thing, Sean, that has brought me to enjoying amateur radio. Amateur radio has brought me into the enjoyment of weather in another factor, is that we have what's called Skywarn. And so Skywarn is, yeah, Camden County is a really good team. In fact, I think we went against them. I don't follow our football team that well. I think it was 2 or 3 years ago we played them and might have lost against them in the state playoffs. Going back to, I think this is updated. Yeah, it is. So let's go back to my tidbits tab. We'll fade back into that. It looks like the weather in our area is actually dissipating right here. So this red line that was here is starting to diminish some. And it looks like what was left of the eye is right here. And we were looking at now I know they've got the I can't play other people's videos or that'll get me in trouble. Is this updated any? No, that hasn't been updated in a long time. Says 2 a.m., but I don't believe that because this is way up there now. Let's see. Hurricane Helene current track. Well, I don't see the link that I would like to look at. I sure can. Give me just a minute. Let's get back to I do not think I can show any from this particular map, but if we can figure out, give me just a minute, I'm gonna are we seeing our region? My eyeballs are starting to burn. Let's see, can we zoom in on this? Man, Atlanta has got some warning still. That right there should be, yeah, I can't zoom in much more than that on the southeastern map, but you know, I heard, I don't remember who said it. The reason that this area right here is in such a red area, those are the mountains. And the Appalachians, of course, you know, as the land comes up, you've got more surface area to collect water. And all that water has to run downhill. So that's why these areas are under flood. I believe they're under flood warnings right now. Well, I've got apps on my phone, but they... but they won't let you look at it on... Oh, wait a minute. Hey, and they have a Linux one, too. I was going to stream with Linux today, But Linux does not recognize the GoPro 8. See, I need to go to Atlanta. I want to go to you're near Ham Radio Outlet up there too. You are a one lucky dog if you're going to be studying for amateur radio. Let's see. So you said northwest of that on the ice at the left, bootleg. So maybe right over here. Yep, you guys all are in all kinds of warnings. Actually, I got a better map to look at if you want to look at warnings. This is the last of the storm for us. I imagine in the next 2.5 hours, we should be in the clear here in the south, and then we can dry out and go play radio. Let's see. Radar Omega is asking me for a subscription to have desktop access. Well, fiddlesticks. Well, en el español cuanto cuesta. Well, see, I paid for other apps too. You're going to get me in so much trouble. Let me check my messages real quick. Well, if it works on the computer too, though, let's go back to where I was. Radar Omega. Is it a monthly subscription or a one-time? Let's take a look. Whoo! I'll tell you right now, my wife would have a freaking fit. Citizen journalism. I could probably mask that. I could probably mask that for sure. All right. I better not. I better not do anything right now, Lou. My wife could watch this later and she'll kill me. We'll stick to what we can find, but I'm totally okay, so our tornado watch has been canceled for our area. That is excellent. So that's one less thing that yeah, the rain's slowing down. We're up to 7.5 inches of rain. Still getting some gusts to 22. The wind is still averaging about 20. Some gusts up to 25. Radar Omega. I'm going to keep that in mind, Lou, and I will I'll download the app on my phone later. I've got to focus on some of my web development for some of the contests coming up in a month. The ham radio, if we go to AOW.org. 162.550 I think is the only one that I can hear here. 162550 is out of Pelham, Georgia.
Forecast line at 850-942-8851. The National Weather Service in Tallahassee has issued a flash flood warning for Berrien County in Georgia, Brooks County in Georgia, Colquitt County in Georgia,
Still flash flood.
in Georgia, Lanier County in Georgia, Lowndes County in Georgia, Thomas County in Georgia, Grady County in southwestern Georgia, Mitchell County in southwestern Georgia, until 5:15 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time Friday. At 11:13 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time.
Yeah, 400 to 550.
Heavy rain across the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Hazard: flash flooding caused by heavy rain. Source: radar. Impact: flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. Some locations that will...
I walked out in the yard earlier. I freaking broke my umbrella being stupid. It wasn't that windy either. I walked outside with the freaking umbrella to go get my phone charger out of the Jeep. Lou, I'll check that email in just a minute. So this was my first portable battery. And when I say portable, the boat battery, you know, a deep cycle battery.
Is when you can do so safely. Repeating, a flash flood warning has been issued until 5:15 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time Friday for the following counties in Georgia.
So my radio did light up that time for that warning. This was the first portable battery that I bought. I used to carry, and I use that term very loosely, it's more like lug. But for portable power, I started using these LifePo batteries. And this is just one brand that you can get off of Amazon. I think they're sloppy seconds. They're a lot cheaper than some of the other brands that are out there. I also have another one that's sitting on the counter in the kitchen that's 100 amp hours. That one was a little more expensive. But then one of my channel supporters that I'm also subscribed to has his own YouTube channel. Well, here's another warning.
Impact: flash flooding of small creeks and streams.
Okay, same thing. This is 3D printed. I think this is PLA, so I don't leave it in my vehicle. I like to print with PETG. You can leave it in the car and it won't melt. Actually, I did leave it in the car. There's a slight bump. If I can get the light to shine just right on it. Sorry, I got distracted. There was another gust of wind. I can't find the right direction of light to get. There we go. You can see that bump right there is a circuit board that pushed its way through when it got hot one time in the car. But what N3PEM Pat did is it's one input with our connector and then two out. So you plug this into your battery and then you can still have access to your battery. But he also has a phone charging board that's in it. Yep, you have a great night. I appreciate it. Had a great time talking with you, Sean. Have a great one. Stay safe this in the next 6 hours. It's you guys are gonna see some rain. But I had to go out and get this out of the Jeep to charge my phone because I had it plugged into my computer. And my computer was like, "Hey, I want to use your wireless internet," and then it wouldn't let me access anything. So those are your NOAA weather frequencies. We got that out of the way. Let's go see. Yeah, I'm going to go read my email from Lou. I didn't even know you were here. Holy cow. Yeah, that is clear as a bell. So let me show y'all what Lou has sent me here. I'm zooming in so I can show hot Atlanta. So if I'll position it just right in front of the camera that we don't get reflections off the screen, that is super, super clear. You're right, Lou. That is beautiful. I might have to get it. Yeah, you taught me into it. I'm not going to get the subscription yet, but I will look up radar Omega. Man, the gusts are picking up. Now we're seeing 36-mile-an-hour gusts again. But the pressure's going up. We're at 977 millibars now. Oh, poopy doop. You have to buy the app? Well, that's a booger. Yes, definitely going to download that later. So they've got quite a few apps out there. Someone said it's similar to Radar Scope. Let's see. That one has 4.2 stars as the rating. What is this one? Ooh, only 3.6. It must be because of... Yeah, I'll read through and make a decision on that. All of these most of these reviews are old. So far, from the little that I've scanned across, everybody has moved from Radar Scope and went to Radar Omega. So that's a selling point. Originally, I had let me pull the weather app up. Venture Sky is what Eddie told me to buy. And it is nothing compared to what you just showed me. Nothing. I want my money back. This has almost no detail at all. Even when you zoom in, the DBZ is all.
Turner City, East Albany, Worth, Terrell, and Sycamore. Turn around. Don't drown when encountering vehicles.
He would totally say he resembles that remark. Daggum. Alright, so taking a look at our power outages, they're not really growing that much. So I think we might be starting to inch ourselves out of the weeds here. This is where I am right here. And I mean, it's a mess. And this will definitely be something to watch through the weekend. Wait. I think he said he was just going to bed. Okay, he said he might be going to bed, so I don't think we're going to hear any more out of that. I think he's done talking. Oh, that is awesome, dude. That is awesome. I appreciate that information. I appreciate that information. And while we're talking about spending money, if you want to buy me a coffee, just drop that on you. How about that? But that is so much more detailed. Even just zooming in on a picture that's going to eventually pixelate. Man, we were just in McRae, Helena this past weekend with Claude and all them doing the Georgia Parks on the Air gathering, and they they are getting a lot of rain. I don't see. I'm trying to find the DBZ chart on. I don't think the DBZ chart is shown on your screen on this screenshot you took. That might be what's at the top. That might be what's at the top. But it looks like McRae Helena is about to get slammed. Does it have the option? Anybody that's let me take a look see real quick if you bear with me just a second. Yeah, there's still 9 folks hanging out with us tonight. If you're in the chat, how's the wet? There's 11 people here. If you guys are in the stream and you're watching the weather with us here in South Georgia, Southwest Georgia to be a little more exact, drop a line in the chat and say hey to us real quick. We're at 7 3/4 of an inch of rain, actually a little bit more than that. Wind gusts still averaging about 20 miles an hour, gusts up to 27. And Lou, who is hiking a Hammond, we're amateur radio operators, and that's how we know each other. It's a very close-knit community. I keep pausing because the wind is getting it out there. Looks like it's windy in here. My hat was turned up. It's not windy here at the front door. I'm well, Lou, my ADHD meds has got me all jacked up. I was gonna do something and I done God forgot. So $5 a month. But I'm about to be watching some weather. I love freaking weather. That's the whole reason I did the stream, is just because the more extreme the weather, the more I want to talk about weather. And let's take a look at the current warnings here for us. It looks like flood warning is all that we have. And my county is out of the weeds for now. So this is what we got going on here. It looks like the eye has disappeared. So I think that it looks like maybe the intensity of the storm is I guess if the eye goes bye-bye, let me trace that eye. Actually, is it starting to turn? It kind of does look like it's starting to make a turn towards the north. Evacuating certain parts of Sandy Springs is northeast of Atlanta? Northwest of Atlanta. I think that's northwest of Atlanta. Am I correct in that? I know that Sandy Springs had a place, Jambawango. It's a shop that you can get like keto-friendly food and you know, all the real weird stuff. We used to do keto. I just decided to get fat instead. Like to take naps. That's my favorite activity. So it almost looks like it's taking a turn. All right, I got to do two things real quick to keep myself out of trouble here. Give me just a minute. This is the latest I've stayed up in a long time. A very long time. My phone doesn't let me log into stuff when okay. Yep. Just doing things as they come to mind that have nothing to do with the stream. But I have got to make a transfer to make the house payment real quick. It is that time. The first of the month is coming around, and I've got to make sure that money's in there. I just thought about it. Oh, it's straight north of Atlanta. Okay. I'm a teacher, so I have tomorrow off. So I will definitely take a power nap. I might sneak out. Let me make sure that I type the right number in here so that my house payment can be made. It's a done deal. All right. Now, Lou is talking me into all right, I'll be here for a little while longer at least. Still monitoring. We still have winds that are higher than we usually see here, so I'm all good. We're just sitting here hanging out. It's our hurricane party. Speaking of that, let me reach down here. I'm about to finish off. I think I have this much left of my red Kool-Aid. It's funny I call it my red Kool-Aid. It's fruit punch flavored Kool-Aid. There's some other brands that I like just as much, but I can't remember their names, but they cost a little bit more. Kool-Aid's cheaper. But Diet Mountain Dew is my drink of choice, and a lot of my videos, that's pretty much what I'm drinking. Diet Mountain Dew, playing radio. Back to the App Store. Where did my App Store go? All right. I gotta show it my face again. Okay, read my face. Took a minute. Allow while using app. You may send me alerts if you would like to. Let's go. There are weird sounds coming from outside. Very weird sounds. All right. Yep. The worst of it's sitting right on top of us now. So we're one step closer, Lou. Look at that. That's passing over us right now. All right. Next step. So it is telling me that I need to create an account. Where were you earlier, Lou? I would have done this like 2 hours ago. Yeah, it's still windy out there. I'm going to guess that was a 20-mile-an-hour average wind just then. Oh, no. It was a gust of 18. Confirm password. Yep. So, is it because I'm trying to run too much stuff at once on my computer is the question. It could be that my router might have just rebooted, and maybe that's what happened. It's not used to me being up this late at night, so I'm hoping that was all. We'll find out. So Lou was just in here a minute ago. Sorry about that, Donna. Yes, I hope I'm back now. We're about to have access to a different weather monitoring system. All right, so create the account. Yep, it's my internet. It is my internet for sure. So give me just a second. Okay, we should be back. It looks like we're back. That's weird. That is weird. That's never happened before. It's probably not used to 3.5 hours of talking about what's going on in the weather. But it's also not letting my phone do what it's supposed to do either. Well, what kind of background noise is there other than my computer going wee? That is well, let's take a cut. I'm gonna take a drink of water and step away for just a second. If y'all will bear with me, I'm gonna try to go see what's going on while my phone won't act right. We're still getting gusts up to 22 and 25 miles per hour. I'm gonna go put a little extra water in this Kool-Aid to stretch it out just a little bit longer. So, I mean, to keep y'all from being completely bored while I walk away, I'm trying to get Radar Omega going as well.
Megahertz. This broadcast originates from your National Weather Service office in Tallahassee, Florida. The latest weather and forecast.
Give me just a minute. I'll be right back, y'all.
Accessed by calling our automated forecast line at Weather Service. Georgia.
Well, I was going to leave y'all with some background noise.
Eastern Daylight Time Friday. At 11:13 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, Doppler radar indicated heavy rain across the Warren area.
It's using my body as capacitance for the antenna, and that is,
Hazard. Flash flooding caused by heavy rain.
as soon as I walk away,
Flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Newton, Moultrie, Quitman, Adel, Thomasville, Valdosta, Pelham, Nashville, Camilla, Cairo, Lake Park, Lakeland, Hayhira, Sparks, Boston, Enigma, Ray City, Norman Park, Lecanton, and Lenox. Turn around, don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. Be especially cautious at night when it is harder to recognize the dangers of flooding. Please report observed flooding to local emergency services or law enforcement and request they pass this information to the National Weather Service when you can do so safely. Repeating, a flash flood warning has been issued until 5:15 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time Friday for the following counties in Georgia: Brooks, Coal Creek, Cook, Grady, Lowndes, Mitchell, and Thomas. The National Weather Service in Tallahassee has issued a flash flood warning for Ben Hill County in Georgia, Irwin County in Georgia, Tift County in Georgia, Turner County in Georgia, Worth County in Georgia, Doherty County in southwestern Georgia, until 5:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At 12:36 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the Warren area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Hazard, flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Source, radar. Impact, flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Ashburn, Tiffin, Sylvester, Ozilla, Fitzgerald, Putney, Albany.
yep, we did not get the worst of this.
Pittsburgh, Unionville, Mystic, Marine Corps Logistics Base, Turner City, East Albany, Worth, Terrell, and Sycamore. Turn around, don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most
Alright, let's see if this works. We're going to have another weather service up in just a second.
The dangers of flooding. Please report observed flooding to local emergency services or law enforcement and request they pass this information to the National Weather Service when you can do so safely. Repeating, a flash flood warning has been issued until 5:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time for the following counties in Georgia: Doherty, Tift, and Worth.
Good night.
These are the 2 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time conditions. At the Tallahassee Airport, light rain was falling. The temperature was 75 degrees. The wind was west at 30 miles an hour. At Florida State University, the temperature was 75 degrees. The wind was west at 23 miles an hour. At Apalachicola, it was cloudy. The temperature was 76 degrees. The wind was northwest at 21 miles an hour. At Panama City Northwest, it was cloudy. The temperature was 71 degrees. The wind was west at 20 miles an hour. At Dothan, light rain was falling.
Almost there,
The
y'all.
temperature was 70 degrees. The wind was northwest at 23 miles an hour. At Albany, heavy rain and fog were reported.
We didn't lose audio. Not at all. No. I can't do two things at once sometimes. Let me hush these radios up. Hang on just a minute. I'm gonna turn this one off. I don't need to hear that anymore. There's nothing to report on the ham radio. I mean, it's pretty intuitive app for sure. Yep, so it missed us, and we didn't get the east side of the storm, which would have been probably a lot worse. So I'm interested to see about the outages over here. So we can, what's the X do? There we go, we're back. So here's our DBZ scale up here. They don't actually have, oh my goodness, look at there. Now you can, see, I couldn't do that with the picture that Lou Hammond sent me earlier. So you can kind of see if you have good color perception. Let me find where we are. We've got, no, I'm in the clear because I'm down here. So I'm about to have clear sky. Well, I mean, it won't be clear skies, but we can't see the satellite imagery at night. But this is where this is what just passed through right here. And so there's a little bit of this right there. So pretty good reflectivity. But then it drops off really fast. We get down into this area here, and then it drops off into almost no reflection whatsoever. Yep. So those are hurricane hunters that are on there. That's pretty cool. What if we click that? What happens there? Look at there. Is this showing up? Yep, because it's in the app. Awesome. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by all the other stuff. I mean, we're still in it to win it, but look, that's the projected cone right there. So it has taken a turn to the north now. As far as wind, we ain't out of the woods yet. All right. I assume a lightning is lightning detection. Okay, that's pretty cool. You said, let's just hover over them. We've got rain, fire, snow. What's this one? Those are just watches. All right, let's scram from there. That's it right there. Uh-oh, I just clicked off of it. Dagnabbit. All over the United States, data probably every 10 minutes. All right, this thing's getting real complicated. You can hear that the sound of my laptop has increased dramatically. Let's mess around with some of these fill opacities real quick. See, I can't deal with the colors as much. So with our wind speed overlay, it's hard to see the, but you can see, good Lord, they're being reported all over the dang place. All right, so normally my computer's not this close to my microphone, so I do know, because I made this mistake the other day, that if you turn the microphone away from it and put the cardioid pattern more towards your face and put the back side of the cardioid pattern to the noise source, it'll cut it out some. That might be a little bit better. And then we're probably going to lose all kinds of stuff if I do this, but if I move it away... All right, that should be a little bit better. Well, let's see if that brings us back. It is not connected to the chat. That's a bad sign. But we shall see. Let's see. It says excellent connection, so maybe we're coming back. But it might be time to go to bed. Who knows at this point? So it says excellent connection. Not sure if I'm connected yet. But it's 3:24 in the morning, so we're getting close to the end of this thing anyways. But you can see sort of the projected track now that I'm back. And there are quite a few power outages. I think there's still 67,000 power outages in my particular area, and that is the Colquitt EMC is who I have power through. There's 67,597 reported out of power in Colquitt County. The storm track as we're sitting is... I mean, this is the cone, but I'm telling you, that thing is scooting outside of that cone. I think that cone is going to change as time goes on. But it looks like we're pretty much going to be in the clear here. There's still some wind, not much. 20-mile-an-hour gusts is not bad. That's like a winter day around here. Gryffindor, Quidditch Squad, good morning. How is it going? Glad you could join us. We had a slight internet interruption here. It seems that my if I had any guess, it was my wireless router took a crap on me just then and wouldn't allow me to connect to it. So I had to switch to a wireless connection using my cellular data. So yes, welcome, sir. And in fact, it's funny you mention that. This computer is just running like crazy. Heck yeah! Study for that technician license. I was talking with another guy. I think he is done logged off. Sean was in here earlier, and he had mentioned that he was studying for his technician license. I have some technician license exam study videos on my channel, and so if you want to give that a look-see through my channel, I cannot get my chat to connect over here for some reason. So maybe it will. Maybe it'll connect. I don't know. We'll see. It is like that sometimes. So I'm just going to close out of that for now. It's funny that you came in because since the stream had started, if we could bring up. Let me add, give me just a minute, video capture. Let's go with the computer's webcam and let me, I'll put me up in the, drop me in the bottom left hand corner over here. There we go, and we will fade into that. It's funny you mentioned it. No, I'm not wearing a witch hat, but I've got Harry Potter's wand right here. I 3D printed this, and I still need to work on it. I actually haven't watched the movie in so long. I don't know if it was dark wood or if it was light wood. But I printed this. I think this was one of the first things I ever printed for myself on a 3D printer. And turned out pretty good. But hey, welcome, Gryffindor. Welcome to the Nerd Fest here. We're just checking out the weather. The chat in my screen went out. Yeah, the radio bug is for real. Absolutely for real. It is it is a sickening addiction for sure. So if I do a little screen rearrangement here, I might be able to keep an eye on the chat. I know we lost a few folks because my internet went kaplooey. And this app, Lou, is making my computer absolutely unhappy. So Lou taught me to get a Radar Omega. And we were looking at power outages earlier, and you can see that the power outages are running right along with this storm. We had one person who was worried about their family in Camden County. No, sir. There's no replacing this laptop. The battery has expanded. I really need to take the battery out and put a new one in, but the battery has expanded to twice its size and busted the screws out of the bottom of this thing. At the beginning of this chat, which was 3 hours ago, but 3 hours for a hurricane, that's pretty fast. We're 0.03 of an inch away from 8 inches of rain for the storm total. Not sure if we're going to see much more rain in the near future here. So our hurricane warning expires in 3 hours and 45 minutes. If I'd stop clicking, good grief, Alabama's got 5,000 customers without power. Florida, let's see if we can click on... Florida has 1.3 million customers without power right now. They're tracking 11 million. Yep, you're right. You're right, Lou. This is beautiful. Can I find a spot in Georgia that I can click on? What if you right click? That grabs. So I'm trying to figure out how we can look at, what does this do? Lots of warnings. It's all storm-based warnings. But all of the warnings are what are in the way of me actually looking at the power outages for the state of Georgia. because everything here is hurricane warning, tropical. That's all flash flood stuff there. So we looked over here. Florida was 11% of the state of the tracked customers are without power. That is massive, absolutely massive. If we take out the warnings, if y'all give me a minute, I just downloaded this app. Let's see. Lou just said something that's probably very. If you, yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out, how to drop the other overlays. Which one? See, they need to light up what you have going and what you don't have going over here. I'll find it in just a second. I'll leave those two on. Data source, Allison House. Okay. What's up, Allison? Alright, tropical. Since we're through all of that, we can turn these off. Turn off all the tropical storm. I think the rest of those are okay. Alright, so here we go. Mitchell County has 429. Colquitt County only has 1,300. It was, oh, we just grabbed Helene. Okay, I got to turn that track off if I'm. Yeah, that's weird that it only goes by county only in Georgia. I've got to get the storm track off of here so that I can yeah, let's see. Now let's go look at Moultrie again. Was 1,300 in Moultrie. Worth County, almost 2,000. Tifton, yeah, that's a big number there. Look at that. So Colquitt County got spared. Cook County, look at that, 99%. How in the world is that? Wow. That is, look at that. Liberty County, that's where Hinesville is. That's where the the Army base is. Let's see, this should be where's Camden? This is Camden. Oh, Camden County did get a pretty good amount. So yeah, the east side of the storm was definitely worse. We're seeing a lot more over here than over here. So if we look, Brooks County is about 95% out. Lowndes County, 99%. 99%. This is basically where the path of the storm went. So Clinch County, Lanier County, 99%. That was my GoPro acting a fool up there. I figured there's nothing to see outside anymore. Berrien County, 94%. You can definitely see where the eye kind of went right through here. Sort of missed us. But man, this right here is insane. 86%. As it's starting to cool off, storm-wise, 92% in Ben Hill County. Telfair County's at 76.9% out. Oh, somehow I found a Georgia one. Look at there. 10% of our state is out, but look at that. 500,000 customers without power. And this storm, let's take this back out. So Atlanta is only reporting one area that has 12,000 without power right now. I think our Atlanta guy went to sleep earlier. Yeah, Valdosta is a pretty packed place. Lowndes County itself is let's see, 32,000 customers. My county only. Well, that's freaking weird. How is it that Colquitt County only has 2,823 tracked customers? But that's probably a good cross section for the county. But Colquitt County has 50,000 people in it, pretty close. So, but yeah, we definitely saw that this right here is definitely quite a few folks without power. And a lot of these are storm damage outages. Yeah, it's definitely not tracking everybody, but it gives you a good idea about the numbers. So if you can grab in a point where it's not tracked, it'll tell you the whole state. So looks like Columbus is Columbus and Muskogee County. A little bit of outages over there. These could just be somebody trying to cook too many hot dogs in the neighborhood with their microwave. But as we scoot over, you start to get into more of that the storm. You can definitely see here with the colors of these, this is where it went crazy. So I'm gonna see if I can grab this map. This is the past track, 75 frames. This is where I'm reporting from, is right there, like the top of the hand. So we might get one more rainstorm tonight, but now we have the rest of Georgia to find out. We can see that it's sort of making a north turn. We started tracing this earlier, trying to kind of figure out where it's going. It looks like, you know, honestly, I don't think it's turning much more north. You know, they were saying Atlanta was going to get some. They may get some of this outflow over here, but it looks like it's going to run this way. Take it straight through Athens and a college town. But what's wild is North Carolina was dealing with quite a bit of flooding. Yeah, I think this thing is headed straight. Well, if I quit that. But the weather has definitely reached out. You know, as we've got all these colors, you can see this dark area is where the most damage had. But they're going to have rain issues for sure up there. We can turn off the power outages. We've had our fun with that. So you can see there's a lot of states reporting power outages just from that. All right, so we'll close that out. We'll go back to just looking at the weather. I mean, just look at the massive amounts of moisture being pushed. This is supposedly where the storm is going to finish its path tomorrow. Tomorrow night it's supposed to be supposedly up here. I guess it's going to pick up speed as it goes along, but it's going to cut a loop right here. Of course, I don't have any further what's the word we're looking for here? Information on the track of the storm from the National Hurricane Center or what they're thinking. But weather-wise, it's going to be a busy one for the next couple days, it looks like. Yep, so we're looks like down here southwest Georgia we have seen the worst. It's still windy out, but I think in the forecast for South Georgia even through tomorrow it says winds up to 20 miles per hour even after the storm passes. Depending on what that front does, of course, when the pressure, you've got a pressure gradient between Helene and the front that was over here, and I think I can pull that up on here. Let's see. Those are the severe weather outlooks. And you can see that there's still quite a bit of severe weather being predicted, and I haven't scooted far enough to see it as I move the map down. And that is making my laptop scream. I'm not really a meters per second kind of guy. Let's. There is something that I'm looking for. I'm looking for. It's going to be a data overlay, I think. Is it this one? Yep, that's the one I'm looking for. So this is this is a stalled front. It looks like it's just kind of sitting there, and that is what is supposedly driving this storm. Is this thing right here. So lows have that counterclockwise spin, highs have the clockwise spin, and that is what has been directing a lot of this into our direction. Of course, this kind of funneled it around. You got this low sitting right here, and it's just pushing all of this weather right there. And so maybe as this moves out of the way later on, it'll allow the storm to move. Who knows? It depends on what this and what this is doing. So that's starting to push down right there. You can see just a little bit as this starts to move down. That must not be a very strong high. This one here is pushing weather this way. But yeah, I think if we zoom back in on the state of Georgia, yeah, you can see it. You can definitely see it making a turn now. It has lost its definition. As soon as it hit about Douglas, it started to lose its definition. This is where I am. We might see some of this if it holds together. Much later on if it holds together. But it's starting to turn this way. So if it's going to hit Atlanta, it's going to need to keep turning. But if I recall correctly, if we zoom out, the original path that this thing was projected was supposed to do something like this. That was what it was originally supposed to do. And, you know, honestly, if you look at the big picture, it may just do that, but I'm not going to live stream for 5 straight days. I'm hitting the point where I could probably go night-night and just go night-night and go sleep. The stream is healthy though, so that's good. And even though we had that internet glitch at about 3:30, but hey guys, I think I'm going to call it a night. I think that down here in the south, we're in the clear. Yeah, it's definitely just spreading out into a bunch of rain. There's probably still quite a bit of wind. If we let's delete my my beautiful little line there of the original path that they were calling for. There is a wind speed calculator thingy here. I saw it earlier. Is it under this one? Nope, that's the lightning one. Is it this one? It'd be interesting to see wind damage from the last 6 hours. Does that show us anything? It just highlights everything. Bear with me. I think we can find that information on here. Yep, so you can see this is the rain days 1 through 3 here. You talking about these icons? Is that what you were talking about, Lou? I have not clicked on one of those. Alright, so there you go. There's some wind measurements there. Alright, well let's go find some wind measurements. So they're seeing some pretty good winds there. As it's nearing the Baldwin County. Oh, see, not for broadcast without owner permission. Yep, okay. Got to be careful about what we broadcast. Okay, so I shouldn't be clicking on those in a live stream. Not for personal broadcast. seeing as I'm on YouTube, that could probably get me in some trouble there. But that is nice to know that that exists. But I think they are all going to say, yeah, I didn't either. It's the video that's probably not for broadcast, most likely. But since we're looking at wind speeds, that's probably what they mean. So I'm going to take a gander and, oh, you can't make the video go away. Oh, shoot. I just wanted to look at the wind. We're not worried about that. I just want to look at the wind. Oh, I can't find it. I'm going to, 23 miles an hour. Okay, so you can't do it without the video. I was sure that there was a wind speed somewhere on here that we could probably find. Digging around with the settings. Well, maybe, but being on YouTube and the fact that I have pasted this to the screen like 15 times, it would seem that I was in this for, it could give the air that I was in this for profit. So that's the part that, you know, as a YouTuber, those are things that we have to be careful about. It's not like we're just sitting here showing it to our family. Yep, so we got to be careful. All right, so we did the excessive rainfall outlook. Those are fire and snow. We don't have any of that. Temperature, precipitation. That's an outlook. Bam. All right, now let's see if we can do that without the weather. Hang on just a moment. Okay, we've already looked at the track. Data overlay. Wind speed is on. Can you only use one? Yep. Okay, radar. Oh, yep, see, I didn't, all I have is reflectivity. Alright, so, yep, you can do that. That's too much reading. I just want to see a picture. Alright, so we turn on the surface. What is this? That's probably tides. We don't need that. Yep, I'm trying to work on this. I thought that I turned the radar off, but nope, that doesn't turn it off. Okay, well, I'm not. What if I just grab something? Does it tell me? Yeah, it's not showing us wind speeds. All right, so Dublin is right there. So what about single site radar? Can we do a drop down menu? No. All right, so there's some wind up in this point. We got that from the Quidditch squad. Is gusts up to 38 knots as of 20 minutes ago, 23 minutes ago. I will fuss around with this some more as time goes on. And eventually I'll be more of a pro of using Radar Omega. It's a pretty cool app though. Glad I got it. Thank you, Lou. So we got severe weather, we got rain, fire, snow. We can do a climatological outlook. No discussions for severe weather right here. On the mesoscale, just lots of rain. Lots of rain. Let's see, was this one? So you can look at extreme wind warnings. You can turn those on. Not really seeing extreme wind, so it looks like things have calmed down quite a bit. You've got 2 right here, probably from thunderstorms. So we'll go turn those back off. Nope, those are storm warnings. Okay, so if we go click on those, we can kind of get an idea. We got a tornado warning. That is over Walterboro, and then you got another tornado warning over. Wait a minute. That's South Carolina. So my sister lives. Okay, so she's good. She's way up here in this area. Alright, but this is the main of it. Looks like it's, last we looked, it was making a turn towards the north. We'll let that load again. Give it just a minute. There we go. Yeah, it's definitely starting to widen out, though. It's pushing some more rain over here. It's probably going to run right through this area right here. But it is falling apart, which is a good. That's the good side. As it's falling apart, it's losing its structure. And that means that the wind should be calming down inside of what was a Category 4 hurricane. Alrighty, so I think we're going to call it a night, guys and gals. I am nearing the point of exhaustion, and so I think we'll call it a night. I appreciate everybody for tuning in and having a hurricane party with me. It is 4 a.m. My kids like to wake up at 7. Yep, 73 to all you amateur radio operators out there. If you're, my channel is mostly amateur radio. Did this just for the storm itself as it was passing through. And this has been the W1RCP coverage of the Hurricane Helene from Moultrie, Georgia, late night live stream. Latest I've stayed up in a long time, and I'm going to feel it for many, many days after this. Real quick, I do want to give one more shout out to these channel members. These are amateur radio operators Toby, Alpha Delta 2 Charlie Delta, whom I will get to hang out with on Saturday. She's coming down south from New Jersey, so we'll go play in the mud and play some radio. Ham Radio Hobby, N3PEM, thanks Pat for your support. WD4DAN, I hope that you are okay in Valdosta, Georgia. I have not heard from you, so I imagine that cell service is out in your town. I did send you a text. And KO4FSZ, Chris, thank you so much for your support and for your amateur radio operators. He makes some awesome antennas, and you can find those at ko4fsz.com. And with that, I'm going to end the stream and stop recording. Good night, everybody. Stay safe, stay dry, and we will see you on the other side. W1RCP, clear.